Okay, there it is. Fuck. There it is. It's right. Should be on. So it's still about probably like 20 seconds to catch up to YouTube, but it's on. It should be on now. I'm waiting to hear it on my end. Yeah, because it's like a 20-second delay. Fuck. Okay, there it is. Fuck. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, I'm in this Facebook. What I was saying is I never like I didn't know people were walking around like dumb as fuck. Like I didn't know people walked around like dumb as fuck. I didn't know. I just stay so much in my own world. Not to say I'm like the smartest person on earth, but I didn't know motherfuckers walked around like dumb as fuck, like not really understand, not have any real understanding, at least on some base level of how shit's working, right? Like I didn't know motherfuckers walked around like this. So what I'm gonna get at is oh, I'm in this Facebook group on his for history. And I would have thought that this group would have had some intelligence in it, right? Because some of the posts seemed like they were like, legit shit like that, right? So I joined a little Facebook group. I was excited. And I fucking, like, about an hour ago, I get on there, right? And it's saying, somebody made a post that, about a Cleopatra post saying um, that whole thing of we're actually like Cleopatra had no idea where the pyramids came from. Like as I think like the time frame of things are drastically off. And I'm not blaming anybody for being off for that because I get it. But the area that like got to me was in the post. They were saying that tourism was thriving in Egypt in Cleopatra's day. Tourism, because of the pyramids, tourism was thriving, right? And I think that was just like, like, wait, do you understand like the human time periods? I mean, shit, like do you really to word something like that to say to lead out by saying tourism was thriving in Cleopatra's time? Like, do you understand the 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 notion of history? Like I'm not even saying you have to be absolutely perfect. I'm not saying that. But it was just I thought that was just like disgustingly off, right? And I didn't even actually this other dude, he actually said this is the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life, right? And of course, like people started jumping on him, and I told him I agree with him. It's on Facebook somewhere. Because he was saying the same thing I said. He said, yeah, people, back in like 200 years ago, motherfuckers there was no such thing as a thriving tourist economy, right? Tourism didn't start thriving until I would say okay, I would give it 100 years. Now most people probably say I say probably about the 40s 50s when it started. I would say 100. I would say it's probably started in the 20s where motherfuckers felt comfortable. They can get up and actually afford to do it because technology could like replace them in some kind of way. Back home, retirement systems were set up, pensions were properly set up for people, relatively speaking, for the time. That didn't come along. The thriving tourism, that benefit did not happen for a long, long time. And I just find it like I didn't know motherfuckers. I didn't know people just walked around like this fucking dumb, right? Like for a general understanding of just of life. Right? I just didn't know people were like this. Because here's the thing. Actually, I don't want to do that. If you look at human development, I don't think people in general really understand how far we've come as humans in the last 200 to 300 years. I really don't think a lot of society really understands it. And I think a lot of people, even these people who claim they're well educated, I don't think they really get it, like just how developed we've become, and it's really been pretty recent. We haven't been like this whole day and age of reliability and shit, of technology, shit like this is new shit. Like this is not, you know, motherfuckers weren't sitting up like this for a long time. And again, I don't think people are really aware of that. I really don't think they're aware of it. But yeah, I agree completely with the guy. He was saying how he was saying I'm gonna yeah, that was a bad move. He was saying how yeah, like people didn't just wake up and just be like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna go on vacation now. You know what I mean? Like hell no, it didn't happen. People just didn't have the money. They didn't have the money, resources, technology, whatever the fuck you want to call anything you want to call it. People just did not. They just did not have it, dude. Like this whole day and age of reliability on technology and shit. All of this is new. All of this, we're all in completely new phases of all this. Let me see. But I really didn't know just how dumb people are. I had no idea. What's up, Dion? What's up, Elijah? Yeah, yeah, I was muted, man. Let's see, do that. Oh, that might be a bad. That might be a trouble move too. That's why I don't hang with a lot of motherfuckers, man. People today have the mentality of a snail. Yeah. Let's see. Should I? Oof. Yeah, that wasn't good. Yeah, I'm always in a bad position, man, because he's gonna bring the pawn up, and I'm gonna retreat him, and then go back up with my other pawn. Oh no, I'm gonna be move this. That was one move too fast. Or what I really should have done. Yeah, I did that one move too fast. I needed the queen where the king is supposed to be for that to work. I did it one move too fast and probably just gave up the whole position. What's up, Dougie Fresh? Did you read my earlier message, Edie? Afternoon, AZ. You're in Arizona. Okay, give me 1 minute. Yeah, yeah, that's what. Yeah, I gave that move up a little too. I did the wrong thing right there, and it just completely blew what I was gonna do up. Because I definitely had him trapped, but I just did like, yeah, I made it. I did one move too quick. Wait, yeah, fuck. He's gonna see this coming from a mile away. Okay, he's gonna bring the rook behind a knight to try to get me. Okay, yeah, I gotta move the queen. Cause he's gonna try to pin me. Whoa, wait. Let's see. Let's just do this now. Just get it over with. See, I'm waiting to get shit faced in a few hours. Have you ever been crazy about a woman and met her in a certain light and have the attraction just plummet? I give it. Oh yeah, of course, definitely, yeah, for sure. So he probably thinks I'm going to attack that other. I'm not going to go after that pawn over. Yeah, that's where he thought I was going to go. That's why he moved it. But I'm actually going to go right here to try to get a position to, in some kind of way, attack the king. But I don't think I'm going to get it though. But it's worth a shot. Mm. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, I meant to live stream. I forget why I didn't live stream yesterday. Oh, I'm gonna put. Okay, if he brings the rook over, what's that, to b8? Then I'm gonna have to move the pawn from g2 up. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, he's on. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Oh, that was a good move. Mm. Oh, yeah, he does have me. Okay. Because he's going to bring the pawn down. Oh, this is gross. He's going to bring the pawn down. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be checkmate. I can't do that. Hmm. Mm. Let's do. Yeah, this is going to be a risky move. I'm not going to take this pawn. Because if I take that pawn, see, so if I take that pawn, that's going to open him up to just a full-on attack to put me in check and all. So if this is a really risky move, but I'm not going to take the pawn because now I can use the pawn to my. I don't know how this is going to work out. You never know. But like in this scenario, I'm using it to my advantage. Oh shit! How did I not see that? Yeah, okay, yes, that's a good game. How did I not pay that any attention? If you lose the queen like that, just give him the game, dude. Why do women like guys who dance? Well, it's not really about the dancing. It's more about being free, being confident and being free, but not like overconfident to where you're like a snobby type of thing. But like it's about just being like women do not have a sense of any. Women have no sense of control, no sense of awareness, no sense of foundation, no sense no sense of well, yeah, just no control, order, and shit. Like, so all a woman really wants, for real, she just wants to be completely batshit crazy free at her best time, right? That's what she wants. That's what she's gonna want. God, I'm still mad I let that. How did I fuck that up? I'm still mad about it. Like, yeah, I wasn't paying this shit attention at all. Okay, so anyway, let's move on. Yeah, so when it goes to dancing, man, like that's all it is, man. Like they just want to feel like they just want to be free and shit. That's it. Like it ain't. And at the same time, it kind of fits this situation of yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way to concisely explain this, but I'm also trying to play chess at the same time. uh, fuck. Hang on. It's gonna go down. I'm gonna retreat that motherfucker. But no, okay. But to answer the question on a simplistic form, dancing is just a form of dancing is just a form of being free. They just want to feel free. But then it's like but the whole time she's judging you. Like that's the fucked up part. Is when is women are the worst at being just terribly judging. Like women are like very terrible people, man. Really, they really are. And there's no real way around it. And I hate to sound that negative about it, but it's just the truth, man. Like women are just very horrid. They're just very terrible because they're always judging. They're always comparing. Like they're constantly doing it. Men do it too, but like I say before, man, men definitely do too. But men are also at some point men finally just grow out this shit. Men just finally say fuck it, I don't care anymore. Like at some point we always end up doing that. Whereas women don't. They never really grow up, and it always kind of stays in this it always kind of stays in this area of competing, comparing, just that typical childish, the typical childish perspective, right? And they just never grow. They never grow out of it ever. It always stays the same. The vast majority of them. Wait, where's? Oh, I castled. I lost. Fucking king. I might have something now. Well, let's try this. Let's try this. I might have something over on the left. No, no, I'm going to keep it there. Probably shouldn't do this. I'm going to do it anyway. Probably going to take my bishop now. Yeah. That wasn't a good move, but it was the worst move, but it wasn't a good move. Oh, no, I see something I could do with that knight. Hang on. Ah, what's up, Jen? Whew, this ta-ta-ta-tea. This shit is it's strong. It's strong. I don't know if I want to. I'm gonna do this anyway. I got a pawn. I could take a pawn. No, that's not. No, that didn't work. That was stupid. Yeah. Okay. Because the queen's protecting it. God, I'm playing like shit. Well, you know what I'm playing like? I'm playing like shit. But I've been playing Prince of Persia. I'm addicted to that new Prince of Persia, that 2D shit. And the reason why I love it so much, right, is because the reason why I love that game so much is because like they get that Prince of Persia game gets what Metroid tried to be. Well, in my opinion, what Metroid really want. I just lost a knight. Fuck. That was stupid. Yeah, that was a dumb move. Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I lose a pawn, but I didn't lose a knight. I thought I lost a knight, but I didn't. But that Prince of Persia game is fucking great. I would recommend it to anybody because you and the only reason why I would recommend Prince of Persia to anybody and not I would not recommend Metroid Dread because in my opinion I think Metroid Dread is a better game. I think Metroid gets the whole thing of I think Metroid gets the atmosphere, that type of shit. I think Metroid does all that well, right? But where for me, man, where Metroid always falls flat is with that is with the whole. Oh, well, they resigned. Okay, maybe they just got busy or something. I don't know. Where Metroid Dread fucks up, and the reason why I quit playing Metroid Dread is because it was being Metroid. It gets to a part where like there's just absolutely no way to know what to do next. If you try to Google it, it will the chapters are made out so the checkpoints and chapters are made out so horribly terrible that like there's just no way to fucking there's just absolutely no way to know um how to even Google it properly. So it just turns into a fucking mess. It really does. It turns into just a complete mess. So where Prince of Persia, ooh, that could have been a real bad mistake. Let's do this. Where Prince of Persia picks up, where Metroid fucks up to me is that you can turn on where the fuck you should go, right? Like it'll just tell you. Hang on, it'll just tell you where to go, right? And I think that it does I think that is just like that. The fact that Prince of Persia did that, I think that will. I think that that's going to be the. I think from now on, Metroid is going to have to put that in a game now, where it'll tell you like it just doesn't leave you completely in the dark, and it's just fucking just like run around in a fucking circle for like fucking for the next fucking 8 hours type of shit. And that's where Metroid just that's why I never could get into Metroid for too long, because it always gets to that point. I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's cute. I think it's just horribly asinine, is that, if that's the right word to use. The fact that they want you to just like fucking just run around for the next 4 hours with absolutely no logical idea where you're supposed to go, kind of thing. And I think it's awful. I think Metroid Dread, I think the game is great if it just puts you straight into the fucking action. Tell me where to go, dude. I want to know where to go. But this whole fucking like perusing around for fucking 6 hours trying to figure shit out, like that, that's where I stopped playing Metroid Dread. I got to a point in Metroid Dread where I had to like, I didn't get the heat shit yet, but like I had to, something with an engine or something, and trying to Google it is just impossible because the way the game is made, you really can't even Google it, because if you do something out of order and you just can't do something. So it's really just the whole Metroid experience to me was just nothing but it was just a horrible experience. So I just will never ever touch, like I'll just pirate it. I will never pay for a Metroid ever. Because of that very fact, that very reason, like I just don't find it cute. Some people do. Some people out there swear by Metroid, and I love you for doing it, because you still, you're doing what you want to do and you like what you like. I think it's a waste of fucking time. Um, but I think the Prince of Persia game is going to be, I think the Prince of Persia game is going to force Metroid to have to develop in that aspect, because the Prince of Persia game is amazing. It still has its little fuck ups, because for example, I played Convergence, a League of Legends story, and I don't think the game was even that very well known. But it was a 2D side scroller, like soft Metroidvania kind of thing. But it's pretty much Prince of Persia. Like it told you, like it had the option to tell you where you need to go, so you don't just run around for the next 8 hours type of shit with no idea what to do next. Um, um, but Convergence, it did the same thing where I'm at now in Prince of Persia. So I just fought this boss fight. So I put on just like regular difficulty to give me the hints to know where to go, because I'm not getting ready to run around for 4 hours looking at the same shit with no idea where to go. Tell me where to go in this big ass map. All right. Um, um, Now I did come into a horrible difficulty spike, where I had to fight a woman on like a horse or something like that, and that boss fight was terrible. That was a terrible. It was just a difficulty spike that almost creeped into like uh, a Souls like. It crept into like Souls like level shit, and that did get really annoying. It really did. But outside of that, the game, I think the game's wonderful. I think it's absolutely great. I'd recommend it to anyone. I would tell anybody to pick that game up for sure. Easily recommend it. Easily recommend it. Prince of Persia 3D. I didn't know there was a Prince of Persia on Dreamcast. I seriously did not even know that was a thing. Maybe if I look at, I'm tripping. Hang on. If I go up, okay, yeah, let's do that. No, let's do this. But no, I've been hooked on Prince of Persia. So my mind is like, when I play like a game that involves like movement, like for example, like if I play Madden or something like that, and then I go back to playing chess, like my brain is just like my brain is not like, it's like flipped to like movement games, and like to go back to like stationary strategic games is like it's a hard shift for me for sure. It really is a hard shift. Oh fuck no. See, times like this is when I kind of think like it might be I'm really playing a bot, because that's too well of a thought out move to trap my knight, right? Like if I go there, well, I'm not necessarily trapped. Let's do this, because I can just go back to the black and get out of that. Sometimes I definitely do get suspicions, like, yeah, like this is a bot type of thing, for sure. Like it's definitely becomes clear, like that was too good of a move for you, kind of thing, right? And in this type of a chess room, that was too good of a move. Too much awareness. Let's see. Let's do this. Just. Mm. Well, yeah, Principle, the one that just came out, great game. Oh, I loved it. I was playing a demo, and I loved it. I loved it. But Ubisoft, and here's the thing. Here's the crazy part about Ubisoft, right? Like, Ubisoft is it's Ubisoft, man. Like they always do some stupid ass shit. Like Ubisoft has not made a legitimately great game, in my opinion, since the old Prince of Persia. Now I never played. Now to be fair, I never played Far Cry, and people do swear by Far Cry. I've never played it, never touched it. Now I think I played a demo years ago. Um, but for me, with Prince of Persia Sands of Time, there still is just no game that comes close. That Ubisoft is as far as atmosphere, everything, and the frustrating thing to me, right? The frustrating thing to me uh about Prince of Persia and how great it was is that Batman literally just took everything. Oh, it's my turn. I'm tripping. Where'd they? I didn't know it was my turn. Ah, shit. Batman Arkham, and I always say this: Batman Arkham Asylum. Literally, when it comes to Batman, the Arkham games getting praised, like they literally just took all of that shit from. Oh, that's yeah. I'm fucking up. Well, I could save it, but then if I now fuck. That because I remember when the Arkham Asylum game first came out, right? I still remember that playing the demo disc in the mall, and I remember because in the demo disc you could play a like just it was like a fight room you could play, and that was it. And I remember like the fight room being real easy, right? And the reason why it was so easy is because it was literally just Prince of Persia with a Batman skin on it. I remember when I was playing a demo, I couldn't die in the demo, right? I had no, there was no sense of there was no sense of being able to die. There was no sense of being able to die in a demo, and the reason why is because I had already played Prince of Persia, and it was literally just Prince of Persia. That's all it was. It was Prince of Persia with Batman on it, and I still remember to this day. I remember I just quit playing the demo, even though the demo was fun. I just put it down because it was literally just Batman. That's all it was. It was Batman and with the with a Prince of Persia skin on it, and I was bored with it. And it's still kind of fucked up to me that Batman gets all that credit, like the Arkham games get all that credit for the fluid combat. Like that was literally just Prince of Persia. And Ubisoft did get screwed out of that. I will say that. I'll say that Ubisoft got screwed out of the recognition for that. I'll say that they definitely did, because they really deserve more recognition for Sands of Time. And it's sad that a lot of people didn't get to play it when it came out, because when it came out, there was no other game like Sands of Time as far as storytelling. None of that shit. Like, there was just nothing else like it. What's he gonna try to do here? No, here, possibly. Let's go ahead, castle. So Ubisoft did get screwed out of what Prince of Persia. If it wasn't for Prince of Persia, there would be no Batman Arkham Asylum. There would be no Arkham games if it weren't for Prince of Persia. In my opinion, I don't think there really would be. There would be no Batman Arkham games if it was for Prince of Persia doing it first. You ever play Final Fantasy? Yeah. And I'm not a fan of turn-based games. I think Final Fantasy definitely has a niche crowd, for sure. I think the games are always beautiful for the time. Like, whenever they come out, they're always in the top of the league of they're always in the top of the league of production quality. They're always in that. They're always I don't think a Prince of Persia a Final Fantasy has ever come out where it wasn't like at the height of production value for that time period, where when you would play it, you would have to wonder, how did they make this game look that great, kind of thing. I think it was like kind of like how Gran Turismo was. Like, Gran Turismo used to always kind of be like that. Like, it would always be at just like the absolute height of whatever the technology was at the time, kind of thing. Were you a fan of Kingdom Hearts? I was, until I actually bought the last one. I didn't care for it because it was just too easy. I probably would have been a fan of Kingdom Hearts if, it was just kind of thing like the Avengers kind of just came out and did all that. And because in my opinion, I think the reason why Kingdom Hearts took off so well is because, and this is just my opinion, I think the reason why it did so well is because those were in the years when you didn't see collaborations in studios like that, or just see or not even say collaborations, but you just didn't see, you never really got to see groups come together. It was just never a thing. You never got to see it. It was more like, oh, this is a Mickey Mouse game, so the only motherfucker you gonna see in this is Mickey Mouse. You might see Goofy, and that's a big. And if you do, the motherfucker's definitely not playable or nothing like that. He's just gonna be somebody you just talk to while you going somewhere else, kind of thing, right? So I think, I think the Avengers kind of just killed all that hype of being of unifying any group of characters. The Avengers movies, after that shit happened, I think it really just kind of killed all that. I think it killed the hype for me, at least, for all that. Had to bring that pawn up. I'm gonna go to chess.com and play like time matches, because motherfuckers be having too much time to sit down and be comfortable in this shit. That's why I don't like playing fucking like these kind of time matches, because motherfuckers be, I want pressure. Speaking about pressure, I also started playing Frostpunk, and I love Frostpunk. I think Frostpunk is now one of my favorite games. I started playing Frostpunk on Game Pass. I said, you know what, like, I always see this game. I was never interested in it. And I seen a trailer for Frostpunk 2. And that's what made me go, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to give that game a try now. Right? And I love Frostpunk now. I think it's great. I love that sense of pressure. Because so the theory of Frostpunk is you're trying to keep a population of people from dying, but you're like in Russia level cold shit. So the biggest threat is people gonna freeze to death and all this, and you got to sell. It's not a hardcore game, but it's kind of, I guess you, it kind of qualifies as a hardcore game in terms of survival. Um, but I love it. I think it's a great game. Well, then it gets to the point where you got to just figure out how to do something because you want to do it, but you just don't know how to do it. Like, so the first time my people, like, I didn't even, I knew I was going to get kicked out, get kicked out as the leader. But what happened was, I didn't know how to feed the people. And I just didn't know, like, it's like little shit you just don't know. That's like your first time, like, it's a good chance, like, you're just going to fuck up your first time. Let's do this. Like you're gonna, because you just don't know how to do shit. It's one of them types of games. Like if you just don't know, if you just don't know how to do something, then it's a good shit. Like you're just gonna fuck up. Yes. Only turn-based game I like was Paper. Oh yeah, oh Paper Mario. Was it the Thousand Year Kingdom or some shit like that? Yeah, I love that game. That's the only. That's one of the only turn-based games. Octopath Traveler was good too, but for some reason, like something would always happen, and something would always happen, and I could never get the chance to finish. Something would always happen to my game, and I just couldn't. I couldn't. Um, I couldn't, like, I would have to delete it or something would happen and I just couldn't play it. But Octopath Traveler was good. Um, More in terms of the story though. I didn't really care for the gameplay. It was more the story I liked. Um, but Octopath, I really did like, and it's a shame I could, like, it's just destiny. Like my destiny with Octopath Traveler, that's just my destiny with it, man. Like I just can't. It just wouldn't. I can never get it to work well for whatever reason. Yeah, Paper Mario. Origami King was a letdown, in my opinion. Origami King was a big letdown for me, man. In my opinion, it was like it was just too easy. And I think so. So here's the thing. I think Nintendo was going to be forced to have to fucking grow, right? Because back in the days, like Nintendo never had to grow. All Nintendo had to do was just keep being Nintendo, and motherfuckers would keep fucking with it. But now, I think Nintendo had to finally learn. Okay, back then there was a big growth change in Nintendo because back then Nintendo games were always hard. Like they might have started out kind of easy, but they would always be kind of hard. Like in the end. Oh, my battery just died. Fuck. Nintendo would always do that shit, man. Like their games would, like, you would think they were like young and fun and all that shit. Yeah, my battery just died. But they would always grow into, like, they would always end up being like difficult as fuck, right? And so at some point, Nintendo had to just start growing. They had to just learn how to fucking grow. And um so now when you get a Pokemon game or some shit like that now, right? You get a Pokemon game or something like that. It's like the easiest fucking stupidest shit on the fucking planet because they need money to feed, you know what I mean, to get kids to buy that shit, right? They need that money. Oh, no, I can't do that because the queen's blocking it. I do have this though. But yeah, Nintendo had to grow. They had to grow in that regard. Now that growth happened about, I say, probably about 10 or 15 years ago, where the games just got so easy to the point where, like, I can't remember the last Pokemon game I had, but it had Melanie, the trainer Melanie, because she was a thick white bitch and I was in love with her. And they gave a thick white bitch in the snow. And um Wait, hang on, where we at? Let's do. Oh, I could block the queen. Actually, now let's bring you back first, and then I could block the queen. Yeah, like when I played that Pokemon game with Melanie, man, like it was so fucking easy. Like I couldn't die. Like well, okay, and there was one part where I almost genuinely died. Like I almost genuinely died, but I just kind of like played the math right to where I just couldn't die. So like I was stuck in this like forever loop of like I got stuck in this endless loop of like almost about to die. I forget what kind of, what crazy math the game had, but being in this position where I was almost about to die, then I can like recoup my life and that type of shit. And I was stuck in that shit for about 20 minutes. Right? I still remember that shit. And I ended up just not even dying at all. Like I ended up just making it. Right. But I never died in the game the whole time. So move the queen over, and then get the bishop. That's what I'm gonna do. Here's the thing, yo. I was so excited about Pokemon Stadium. What I didn't like about it was that, and I'll be honest with you, man. What I didn't like about Pokemon Stadium was, what I didn't like about Pokemon Stadium is that I still wanted some sense of a story. And maybe I was just too dumb to find it. Maybe there was a story and I was just too dumb and I just didn't know where it was. I'll admit that. But I wanted a story in it. And that was why I didn't care for Pokemon Stadium. Because you could just like level up whatever Pokemon you wanted to like whatever crazy level you wanted type of shit. And like it was like it just lost like all the feeling of like why I was ever even. Okay, he's gonna put me in check. Fuck. Well, I can't. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That'd be a horrible move. Let's do. You move there. I know I'm going to regret this move. I'm going to do it anyway. That was a good bait move, though. Because I could have fell for that and lost a knight. He's a guy that let a woman humiliate him on stream. Wait, let me see. What's that? Yeah, Jen. This is 72%. This is 72. 72. 22. 23. A pimp named Slickback. I really shouldn't do this shit. I'm gonna do it. Well, he doesn't have a check anyway, so yeah. Do I have no? I don't have a reveal check in any kind of way. Nintendo made the best hardware, by the way. You know they were a 1800s card. I didn't know that. Now. Would you ever try Nuzlocke Challenge for Pokemon? It's basically every level cap at each gym, and what Pokemon faints you discarded. Oh wow! So you just throw it out? Like, so is that the game? Like you just throw out? That's just it. Like you just like if a Pokemon dies, that's just it. Like it's over. That motherfucker is gone forever. Like you just. On some old James Blunt shit. That motherfucker's just, goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my lover. That motherfucker's just gone. Gone. That's just it. Okay, where we at? Okay, let's see. So move this motherfucker immediately, because that's not a good spot to be in with the queen. Let's see. Let's move this over here. Boom, boom. Maybe move up there just to. Yeah, that's not gonna do much, but you never know. It might catch him. Might catch him slipping. I think I got something. If I move the queen over there, what's that? B6. If he doesn't see it coming, I might have, but he might see it coming. He should see. I don't see why he wouldn't see it coming, because there's nothing over there. So why would I even move the queen over there in the first place? Yeah, I try it though. To answer your question, all out testing. Yeah, I would try it. I try it. Like I got a whole lot to lose by fucking it up. I try that shit. Well, he's pretty well. Yeah, he's pretty much, he or she, whoever it is, they're pretty much just in a bad move already, because it's like all their pieces are now on the other side of the board, and now it's just the queen and they probably gonna quit. Yeah, because it's just the queen and the king over there like alone. Yeah, they're gonna quit, because that would just, it is gonna start getting bad. Yeah, they just quit. Because there was just no real way to really stand up. It was just like literally gonna be the queen and their king just like in holy matrimony type shit. There was just no way out of it. It happens to everybody, man. And I hate when they open. I hate when they do this fucking opening, man. It's fucking annoying. Let me just move the queen up to try to take the. Okay, they didn't do it. Okay, let's do this then. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. That wasn't a good move. I fucked that up. Well, no, I could still save it. I always say that shit. It never goes according to plan in my life. So they could move take the knight, and I'll be in a bad position. And they can take. But then then it puts a lot of stress on his king. So I still have something to work with. Even if he does what I think he's gonna do, it would leave me in a fucked up position. But I would have a good runway at an attack on his king in some way. So it wouldn't be a complete loss. And I have their pawn I could take. I just seen that because I'm fucking tripping. And that's in front of the knight and the queen, with my queen in the corner. So he should move the. Yeah, from what I can see right now, he has a great situation. Now, maybe they gave up. Okay. Actually had a really good spot in that. But I did want to cover this one guy's video. It's not even, it's a reel. Because I always talked about this guy and I can never find him. And I emailed it to myself so I wouldn't forget it tonight. He interviews like people in Japan, right? Well, I think he does a great job with his channel. I think he does an amazing job with his channel. But that thing is just like of living in reality. Like the people who he asks, like that's not reality kind of thing. And maybe he knows it. Maybe he's aware of it. He's just doing it, for the views or whatever. I don't know. But it happens, right? Like it's definitely not reality. The people who he's talking to. Yeah. Word. So they can get that back. They can get that back later. They just look good now, but wait, what? That was like the last move I was thinking they would even. I didn't even consider them even moving the queen there. That was just a horrible move. It really was. Like that was just a really. I should take that knight, that pawn, just to keep him from being able to castle. I really should do that just to be a fucking dickhead to him, and not play the whole like how many pieces can you win game. I should do that shit just to fuck with him. I'm gonna do it. So he can't, because he's gonna take the knight. He's gonna fall. Yeah. Oh, why he trapped my he trapped my queen. He trapped my queen because that was his. Yeah, that was just a horrible. He trapped my queen. I'll give him that. Yeah. Yeah, the queen's trapped. I can't go anywhere. I'll give him that. Pull up. How come I can't find an email I literally just sent to myself? emailed myself. How come I can't find it? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, my
Let's see.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Arina.
This is the video
I'm
we're on.
Japanese and I lived in
Cover.
Australia for 3 years.
Shit on my screen. Okay. That's the video I'm gonna cover. Cause it's so I just think it's like funny how, like, again, man, like I didn't know people were like walking around like a certain level of like, I'm not okay. That guy is not stupid, but people on Earth, I had no idea. Like, there's a lot of people who are just walking around just like super, like extremely fucking stupid, just in illogical thinking in any kind of way. Mm. I'm lagging. Oh, my fucking internet's going to shit. I see it. I see it. It says I have 2 notifications. Yeah. Probably because it's Friday, man. Like, I'm lagging. Oh, my fucking internet's going to shit. I see it. I see it. It says I have 2 notifications. Yeah. Let me keep this up. Let me see if I keep this up. Will it update while I'm watching? Oh, my fucking internet's going to shit. I see it. Let me keep this up. Let me see if I keep this up. There's a small lag right there. Oh no, it says over 2 minutes ago. Okay. Oh, that was not the greatest move. Okay. Because maybe my internet, why they keep disconnecting then? So after this match, I'm gonna talk about that the Japanese woman. You guys see a top probably is the Japanese woman lives in Australia. Oh, that was bad. Oh, what am I? I don't know what I'm doing. That's a horrible move. I should have moved it up one, up two. I mean, he's gonna take that pawn. Well, it's not too bad of him. If he takes the pawn, then that gives me more of a reason to. It gives me more of a lane open. So it's not a horrible move, but I can definitely have something to work with. Now, what the fuck is that? My internet? I'm gonna try one more. Well, fuck it. Let's do like chess.com because at least it's like even I feel like I know chess.com uses bots, but let's do advanced because last time let's do a 3 minute because this is gonna be fast. And if they're playing on their phone, they're going to be able to make moves faster than me. Which is always a pain in the ass doing it like on a computer. Let's make it work. It's good potential to take a pawn there, but yeah, okay. You didn't take it. Okay, ah, fuck. Hmm. That's gonna be real bad now. That's rough. Now my queen's trapped. Protect that. Oof. Yeah, it's my bishop, yeah. See, this is like, I'm pretty certain that this is a bot because, like, that type shit. Like, all of a sudden they make, like, these great, wonderful moves. You mean, like, in the last, like, 30 seconds kind of thing? Oh, that's checkmate, yeah. Well, it was checkmate, I don't know. That's checkmate. Yeah, that was a horrible game. Do one more. I'm fairly certain these are bots. That's why I don't like chess.com because they use a lot of bots. They use a lot of bots and then try to get you to like pay for it because all of a sudden they'll put you against like a super duper bot and try to pretend like, oh yeah, well if you pay for our services then you you won't lose the bots like this now. Like it's fucking annoying how they do it. Anyway, I'm trying to move. And guess what? If you play against our bots, and if you lose against this bot, then you need to pay for our services. Because if you pay for a service, then you beat this bot. It's so like chess.com was just full of shit. Like I don't like chess.com at all. Because they do shit like that. Oh yeah, I'm getting fucking drunk. I'm getting drunk. To give a move like that, that's embarrassing. I'm getting drunk. Oh no, here it is right here. Well, I'm getting drunk. To give up a rook like that, that is a drunk 101 shit right there. You really don't have anything. Yeah, that was horrible. It's just full of bots, man. It's bot shit. Anyway, let's go to this video. Let's go to this video. Let's rewind this.
Can you
Now,
introduce yourself?
Hi, my name.
See, it's situations like this. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad dude or anything, but see, like, and I get you have to pick a demographic that you're gonna get views for, kind of thing. So I get how media works. I'm not saying he's particularly a bad dude. She's particularly a bad girl. But my thing is the reality, and the thing is, there's so many people who are stuck in lives that they don't like. There's so many people, for whether it's their fault or not. There's so many people who are stuck in lives, stuck in situations where they just don't know what is real, or they don't know what reality is. So, perfect example. I was looking up on. I was on. I think my Microsoft Edge web browser or something. It was talking about like the best entrepreneurships to get into, and it was all bullshit, right? But because the thing is, like, most people just don't know what reality is, and the reality of their position in reality, right? So this is a young woman who, if you, I don't know if you can read the title, but it says being Japanese raised outside of Japan, right? And on top of that, look at her. Like she's a physically healthy, skinny, attractive woman who looked like she can figure out how to take a bath and put some makeup on and use a brush, right? And as a woman, no matter where you go, as long as you just keep those three core aspects of life down, right? You take a fucking bath. You like you're gonna you like you know you look like you're gonna you look like you can combine soap and water. You can brush your hair, and you just shut the fuck up and smile, right? Like those three things will have you leagues above anybody else in the population, unless they're just a severely developed man for whatever reason, or it's another beautiful woman, right? That's just it. So when you hear stories like this about, oh my God, what was it like being a foreigner in a country that know people, blah, blah, blah. See, this woman, okay, she's not, I don't know her personally or anything like that, but I'm going to tell you this first and foremost. Okay. This woman has no idea about real reality, right? When I say real reality, I mean, okay, from her perspective, she might have a hard time with men because she's only going to recognize a certain group of men, a certain group of people, and nobody else exists to her, right? So like, well, what was the girl who has the Tourette syndrome? I can't remember her name. Well, I don't think she has. I think she's bullshitting, honestly. I can't remember her name, but I did a video on her, Anita or something like that. Sweet Anita, I think. Yeah, like I don't think she has Tourette syndrome. And the reason why I say that is most people. Okay, if you've ever had contact with people who had Tourette syndrome, right? The topic's gonna come up. If you're not shy around, you're gonna ask them like, "Do you cuss?" And I'm like, "No." Like they'll tell you like that's bullshit. Like most people who claim to have Tourette syndrome and they're cussing and shit like that, that's a very small percentage of people. Like you like they'll make little weird sounds, little or like they feel like they have to make a sound kind of thing. But to actually curse and all that, I dated a girl who had Tourette syndrome. It was a black girl who had Tourette syndrome. And then when I worked in the writing center, there was this white girl who I forget what religion she was, but she always wore a long jean skirt or a long dress, and she had Tourette syndrome, right? And she was kind of shy, but I remember it because, like, you don't walk around telling people you have Tourette syndrome, but she would go like we'd be just sit out there at the desk, and she would just go, "Beep," right, and you'd be looking like what, and she would just go, "Beep." Like, oh, I had the hiccup, right? And then so after like months of working together, she finally told me she had Tourette syndrome, and that's why she does it, right? She can't stop it. If you've ever had actual contact with people who had Tourette syndrome, the first thing when you get on this topic, they will tell you that like a lot of that is bullshit, right? That's bullshit. Yo, thanks for the donation. Can you do a live stream request? Yes, 8:30. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll get to it. I want to cover this, but thanks for the donation, RBT. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the $1. I'll get to it after this, man. But yeah, when it comes to Tourette syndrome, like anybody, if you ever had contact with people who had Tourette syndrome in your life, the first thing they tell you is, yeah, that's complete bullshit. Like, it's not that it's impossible, but the chances of that happening, like on the old Jerry Springer shows, when Jerry Springer, I don't want to say it was Jerry Springer, but it was those talk shows of that time period was what made Tourette syndrome a known thing, at least for my generation, because they would bring them on the show and they would just be doing like wild shit, like while they was trying to talk to them, right? Some of them be getting up behind the chair and click their heels. Other ones be going, fuck, like, beep, 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 beep. It would just be beeps, baby, cussing and shit. Like, like, yeah. Anybody I met personally at Tourette syndrome never got anywhere near close to being that wild, dude. So and that's why I called out the Sweet Anita girl in that video. I'm pretty sure I did, because I think it's bullshit. And on top of that, she's saying like sexually charged shit, and she happens to have her makeup all dolled up and all that shit. Yeah, I'm calling bull. I'm not saying she doesn't have Tourette syndrome, but she's over exaggerating it at minimum. Right? If not, she just doesn't have it. Right, or something. There's something else playing in part. But anyway, with that being said, and where I was going at with Sweet Anita is that, and I deduced her in that I analyzed her in that video, where she pretty much tells you like she knew where she stood and who she can get away with more, like who the losers were in the school, who she can get with and be the hot chick in this group, who was the better group that she didn't fit in with because of her Tourette syndrome or whatever, right? And she knew it, right? Every woman knows this, right? The thing is, like, people in real life, they tend to forget this shit, right? So example with her, she knew this woman, she know, okay, from her perspective, she's gonna have a hard time with men, right? Because every man that she's chasing is not gonna want her, because they can either get another one like her or they can just do better than her for whatever the context or reason is, right? They can do that. So from her perspective, she thinks she's normal, right? She thinks she's normal, but deep down, like, she really knows she can get dinner, she can get free food and sex out of any man she really, if she was pushed to have to do it, she can do it, right? So the reason why, like, I'm really against these types of videos where he goes, I mean, the guy, I don't know the guy personally, and I get YouTube's for media and clicks and all that shit like that, but asking these type of physically built women, what was the world like when you had to go and explore? Like, these bitches don't know reality, dude. When she got on that plane, trust me, everybody who's seen her remembered her being on that plane, right? Everybody wants some pussy out of her. Everybody was hoping to lock eyes with her or see her one more time and all that shit. Everybody on that plane was on her way to Australia. And then when she got off on Australia, everybody was, oh, you see that Asian bitch over there? What her ass look like? Everybody was on. So when she stepped foot off the plane, if there was 200 male passengers, she had at minimum 200 chances at a free meal just for getting off the plane, right? This bitch knows nothing about reality. All right, stop asking these physically healthy, attractive women about, because they don't know. Their reality is the hardest decision is who she should pick to hang out with. That's her hardest decision. So she doesn't know. She's not gonna know, right? And that is my main, like, quarrel with these interviews, because they always ask they always ask good looking bitches relative to the area, well, what's life really like? Like, this bitch don't know. You want to know who you ask to see what life is really like? Go ask a regular old average dude working at the warehouse what life is like. That's what life is like. All right. Go ask just a regular old dude with baggy jeans, a dirty shirt or some shit like that. Ask him what life is like. That motherfucker tell you some real shit. The few times he does interview people like that, their problems is totally different. Their problems is, dude, I couldn't even figure out where to get my hair cut. They be left out. That's just depressing. But then you ask, so let's listen to what life is like outside of Japan. What's life is like? Let me guess, it's real tough, ain't it? Because it's tough. Shit, bitch, open up Tinder. Within 20 minutes, she gonna have 15 matches, which means 15 different opportunities for free food and at least 5 opportunities for a place to sleep. She don't know reality. Let's listen to this shit. Because I always think it's funny. I always think it's like pathetic when they do this shit.
My name is Arina. I'm Japanese and I lived in Australia for 3 years and I currently live in Tokyo. When I first went to Australia, I was shy, quiet, but they came to talk to me with the kindness and being friendly. And my personality actually changed when I lived in Australia, being more bright and more friendly, I guess. When I came back from Australia, I was very friendly. I was so open. And then I gradually started to be more Japanese.
Can you introduce yourself in Japanese?
アリナです。オーストラリアに3年間住んでいて、今は東京に住んでます。
Tokyo. Can you introduce?
Because this is the dude I be talking about. Like, so yeah, so let's look. See now this girl. Okay, so to put in the context, right? Now, if anybody's out there, correct me on this. But to put in the context, a regular old white American woman is like white. Well, here's the thing: white woman is what everybody on Earth wants, right? On some level, right? So if anybody out there, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this or call me out for it, because I've never been in Japan. But from what I've been able to deduce is a white woman in Japan, as long as she's not like morbidly obese, she's automatically going to go up just because she's white woman, right? White woman is the status symbol for being attractive, right? So if I had to guess, like this woman out here, she's definitely not, let's be real about it. She's not a 10 out of 10, but she's a white woman in a culture that has some regard for white woman, right? With the world has a regard for white woman, right? On some level, right? So out there, she's probably got a better life out. I guess, I don't know. You never really know. But I would guess that she probably has had a better life out there than she would in wherever the fuck she's from. Let's look.
As a longevity expert based in Okinawa, Japan, why Japanese people live so long?
They eat unprocessed food, clean food. So like very nice rice, fish, vegetables. It's a big one, eating a lot of vegetables. And then you look at the people that walk around a lot, because in Japan it's very tiny. So you can walk down to the street and you can move your body. And then also there's that concept in the language of ikigai. So they all have their purpose in society, reason that they want to live and wake up in the morning. So I would say those are the three factors. There's many, many more. But in general, that is why Japanese people live such a long time. So the ikigai gives you that spark in your heart, which sounds kind of cheesy, but it gives you that contentness. If you don't have an ikigai, what is going to be your purpose to move your body or feed yourself or get up in the morning? Now, it's not that simple, but if you don't have an ikigai, by the time you're 70 or 80 or 90, your health will start deteriorating because it's connected to your mind. It's all mentality.
78. Okay, maybe I lost something in that, but you're going to be 70, 80, 90. Look, okay, that's not even worth diving into. Because that just... By the time you hit 70, 80, 90, you going to be... Look, you going to be fucking... your health is going to deteriorate because you're 70, 80, and 90. What? I mean, heck, get it. Look, they're on live stream, approached randomly, so I get it. But there was one where, like, this shit was just ridiculous. Right? This shit, I can't remember which one it was, where it was, but that shit was just off the charts, like, crazy. Right? But here's the thing. If you want to know real life, like, the last person on Earth you should talk to is a skinny woman or a woman with any shape to her body, right? That's the last woman you should ever take any type of life advice from. I'm going to my email now. Hang on. What's this? Okay, yeah, here I see it's.
Zjistil jsem,
Oh wait, that's a.
že většina z vás kašle na spořící účty. Chápu.
That's an ad playing. I heard him say "kapu," which means I understand in Czech.
Hey, how are you?
Oh God.
Good. Are you ready? I am.
Jasmine, where you calling me from?
Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas. How old were you?
I am 42.
42.
Yes,
Do you have any kids?
I do. I have 3. My oldest son is 20. My middle daughter is 12. And I have a 9 going on 10-year-old tomorrow who was so excited to have me on your program. She's standing in the background talking about some, mommy, are you going on there tonight? Because you got to tell her what you want. Okay.
Okay. Mama just said she's ready for you to find her a stepdaddy.
Apparently.
So are your kids by the same man?
They are not, no.
How many men?
3.
3. Have you ever been married?
I have not. I've been proposed to 3 times, but I have not been married.
Why didn't you get married to all 3 of the men that proposed to you?
Okay, look, now, this is another thing that woman thinks this is a flex because woman is so desperate for attention, but it's actually fucking embarrassing. Okay, so here, let's just make this clear right off the bat, okay? Because you are a woman, right, that takes out any sense of special from getting sex, getting approached for marriage, getting attention from men, right? Just for the simple fact because you are a woman. Because you are a woman, you are going to get these things. That is not a flex. It's not cute. It's not amazing. It's like, oh, somebody. No, that is your entitlement. Because you literally, as a woman, because you exist in the world as woman, right? You literally don't have to fucking speak. Just sit over there. And somebody is going to just want woman, right? And when they just want woman, somebody is just going to want woman to just lay on the bed while they be home with them. Just don't do nothing. Just sit there. And somebody is going to want, always is going to want that, right? Somebody is always going to want that. They're always going to, right? So again, getting sex, having a bunch of matches on Tinder, all this silly shit, that's not a flex. If anything, like it's embarrassing because you thought it was a flex, right? A woman bragging or bringing up the fact that she was proposed to is like Elon Musk bragging about buying a Lamborghini, all right? Or like Donald Trump bragging about a Lamborghini. All right. The only people who brag about that shit are the people who really can't afford it. Or really, the only people who brag about shit like that are people who don't belong with it. So it was special to them in their past. Right. That's the only people who sit up and don't shut up about it, don't talk about it, because it was special to them in their past and they didn't belong with it. If motherfuckers walking around and you know what I mean, and they look, nobody cares. All right. If they happen to see you with it. Now, okay, I get understand. Given the context of this scenario, it's not such a bad, embarrassing thing. I get that. But generally speaking, at the core, as a woman, that is not a flex that a man proposed to you, wanted to be with you, anything, because you literally had to do nothing but just sit there and deal with what biology gave you and wait for somebody to approach you. This is why it's impossible for a woman to be an incel. It's literally impossible. You could have an incel equivalent woman, but for a woman to not be able to get sex, to not be able to get attention, that's just impossible. I don't care how ugly she is. There's gonna be some dude who's low on his self-esteem or something that will fuck with some anything and chase some anything because he's just lonely, right? And as a woman, all you have to do is literally. I had to tell the girl last week. Because we got in a conversation about it, and I told her because she thinks that women have it harder, right? That's why I said, okay, so what are you gonna do when you go out? Tell me everything you get ready to do. And she told me. I said, so I summed it down. So what did you do? You put on makeup, you took a bath, and you went out to a bar and sat down and waited for a man to approach you. That's what you did, right? There's no, it's shocking. It really is.
One, we were too young. The second one, found out it was just not going to work. The third one, he is a compulsive liar. So,
Were these your children's dads?
yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Jasmine?
I am a creator and designer for Greek paraphernalia. So Greek paraphernalia, small businesses as well as schools. So I currently have licensing with my sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, also Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, and Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated.
So Jasmine, Houston, Texas, 42. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Pisces. Let's do it. What kind of man you looking for?
I am looking for a tall. My norm is tall, dark, and handsome with white teeth. So I really never had anything outside of that. However, that's what got me here now. So I still want tall, and that's for me 6'4" or taller. I would prefer dark, but any complexion is fine.
Okay, we're having audio issues. I don't know what's happening tonight, y'all. It sounds better. Someone says better. All right. Let's try. Let me see. Don't tell me. So we got Jasmine, Houston, Texas, 42 Pisces, mom's a 3x3 man.
Here's the thing, man. Real quick. I tell my child's mother about her mother or older women that she knows. And it's these women always looking for marriage is her goal. Okay, because here's the thing. Okay, so my girl, she knows this woman at her job who's like 50 or something like that. And she really liked this guy, right? But she really, really, really liked him. And she was hooking up with having sex with him, but he would never take her home to his flat and, shit like this, right? So I said, look, speaking to LaQuisha, I said, LaQuisha, for what reason, why should a man sit down and have a serious relationship with an older woman, with a 55-year-old woman? For what reason? Why? He can't have kids with her because that's going to be the only thing that's going to make him come back to her, is because he has kids with her, because the woman is fucking disgusting, right? The only thing that's keeping her in somewhat decent shape to get fucked is because she's fuckable still, right? But there's no reason. Okay, this woman is 42 with 3 kids and one of them's 9. Okay, why? For what reason should a man want to marry this woman? I don't have to know anything else about her. What? I'll be 38 this year, and there's no reason for me to ever deal with this woman outside of, a one-night stand type of thing. There's no marriage? Playoffs? Marriage? Marriage? Where is this marriage? See, this is that marriage being the goal for a woman of this age, right? That is the woman. Okay. A woman trying to get married at 40 is the equivalent of how they say men go through midlife crisis, how they try to go back and do shit that they should have did when they was like 22, right? That is the woman's version of a midlife crisis. But here's a difference. If a man goes through a midlife crisis, he can go out there and genuinely create a whole other healthy family together, right? Whereas when a woman hits her midlife crisis, she can't go out there and do that in anywhere near the same way. Because men get better over time. Women start looking old, wrinkly, fat, and fucked up, or super skinny and wrinkly. Women, they can't do. See, as a man gets older and older, he can still do that, right? Now, depending on his demeanor, it can be a little awkward depending on his demeanor. But overall, the man can go out there and do that successfully, right? He can go out there, look the look, walk the walk, talk the talk. I'm thinking of the Richard Cooper guy. He's the dude who's I used to watch him years ago. Entrepreneurs in Cars. I used to watch him years ago. He can go out there and redo that shit again, right? Whenever the fuck he feels like it, right? But now, see, this woman at 42 talking about getting married, that's for 25 to 30-year-old bitches. That's not for 40-year-olds with 3 kids, with different fathers of her kids. That is a disgusting pipe dream. That is a sick, disgusting pipe dream. Your time for that is over. This Cinderella delusion of finally falling into how the fuck is a man supposed you want to know what's super awkward with me and like in older bitches is when because women know that men like feminine dainty shit, right? And for the most part, like when women put the act on for the man they want, right? So here, let's do this. Let's do princess. Right? Human princess. Can we zoom in on this? Can we get a better picture of this? See, the weird part, let's do... Oh, queen. Okay. So let's say, like, see shit like this, when women become queens, so it's all white queens in here. But, I mean, but you get what I'm saying, though. Like, see, even with the black queens, see, when they be on this, see, there's a certain sense of youth and vibrance to their appearances, except for this shit. But, well, you could see where my mouse was. I was over this. Because that's that system that was in place, and she was up next. You see, there's a certain vibrance and youth to it. See, this is just old and worn. Okay, a 42-year-old woman with 3 kids, unless she's like her genetics are on point, which there are some women who do fit that, and they can still pull off the illusion, right? Unless her genetics are on point, a 42-year-old woman to 3 kids is like going to the luxury section of Walmart, right? And try to walk around, motherfucker. I mean, and thinking you're gonna be walking down the street wearing luxury shit. I mean, like, it's alright for what it is. And if you just admit it's Walmart shit, everybody be cool about it. Like okay, look, if you just admit it. That look, you are 42, you old, you done gave birth 3 times to 3 different men, or 3 times to 1 man, it don't matter. You have 3 kids, and you 42, and you on this whole goal of marriage. So if she can fully admit that is ridiculous what she's saying, I don't have a problem with her. I don't have a problem with it. But if she's gonna try to keep up this act of this shit, right? And be on, he better come with $100,000. He better be 6 foot tall. Yeah, see, now you are the equivalent of baby mom. Well, you are baby mama shopping in Walmart. waiting for a king or a prince to come to see her worth. It's gross. It's sick and it's gross. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. It's gross. Now again, if she was real about it, if she was real about it, it's like, okay, look, I'm 40, I'm old, I just want to sit down with a partner. If she was just down to earth about it, right, and was just like, look, I'm 42, I'm old as fuck, I'm 42, I'm old as fuck, I just want to sit down and just be with somebody. I just want to be with somebody. Right? That's it. I just want to sit down and be with somebody. Right? If she was just real about it, then I wouldn't have a problem with it at all. But these fucking requirements for some used up pussy that's old as fuck, that's bitter and jaded because she's old as fuck and she knows it, but she's trying to hide it all the time, and it just works at her nerves at every second of the day because she keeps getting older and she keeps getting more bitter, and that bitterness is running away. Okay, the bitterness in combination with what she is on earth is running away any man that she thinks she really wants, and she's getting even more mad and bitter about it every day, to the point where she had to wait in line to get on a YouTube channel to put the memo out there that she is desperate to find a man, right? She's trying to hold on to all this shit. See, now this is just getting sick. This is complete sickness with a capital PS.
Never married, she creates and designs. What kind of man you looking for?
Tall, 6'4" or taller. Someone who's honest, of course. So I don't want any liars. I would prefer someone in the Houston area. However, I do travel a lot with my business, and I do travel back and forth to Illinois and Texas quite a bit as well, because I still have a home in Illinois. So I would still prefer somebody local, though.
Someone local, okay. What are your deal breakers?
Definitely a liar, number one. Let's start with that. Number two.
Okay, real quick. I missed it, but all the cousins peeped it. Did you say 6'4" or taller?
I absolutely did. Yes. Yes.
So he has to be 6'4" or taller. All your children's dads were 6'4" or taller.
No, not all of them, but what was it? Well, one was 6'2", one was 6'4", 6'5", and the other one was about 5'11", 5'12".
Yeah. Here's the thing. I could see it in her. Yeah, 20 years ago, she could. 20 years ago, all she had to do was pick up a phone, and a motherfucker was on their way. 20 years ago, I could see it in her. 20 years ago, all she had to do was look at that phone, and a motherfucker be calling her, texting her, calling her, or something. Cause she about 4 years older than me. I could see it in her. I could hear it in her voice. 20 years ago, all she had to do was just think about looking at her phone. She had missed calls and messages, right? She had her choice 20 years ago. Back in 2000, she had an option. She had these options. Fresh out of so she's about 4 years older than me. 20 years ago, okay, she was what, 30? I don't know, because I've been drinking too goddamn much. She's 42. 20 years ago, she was 22. Oh, 22? She was at her prime. She was at the peak of her game. She was at the prime of her life. Yeah, she had her choice and options. And then here's the thing. Once she plopped out that first baby, now she could hide that first baby. As long as she kept her body tight, she could hide that baby and keep running around with more options, right? But see, them babies start wearing you down over time. Those babies will start wearing you down. Now, she probably got child support and all that shit off of them, shit like that. Because let's be real, 42-year-old being an entrepreneur, shit like that in America is not very common. Okay, so let's put it like this. Let's just be real about the reality of the situation. A 42-year-old woman sitting in Texas with all these requirements, this and that. Okay, see, there's a reason why the men that she wants are not coming to her. Because something's not right with her. Let's like I always say, let's have a completely well-rounded perspective on this. Now, she could be a great person to sit down and hang out with, or laugh with, and shit like that. But let's be real about it. Okay, if she's broken down to the point where her own daughter had to tell her to go on Kendra G, and she's excited for her to go find a man to possibly hook up with, this woman has held out for a long time. Right? Because the men that she wants are not coming to her. And there's a reason why. It's not because she's just so fucking awesome. Right? There's a reason why these men are steering clear of her. There's a reason why. Right? And she is now in midlife crisis mode. She's the woman equivalent of midlife crisis. The only thing she's missing, is if she was Ukrainian, she would have the lip fillers and all that shit like they do over, and they get the Botox all everywhere in their face. If she was over here, she'd be doing that. But she in America, they not really on that like that out there. It happens, but it's not anywhere near as prevalent like out here. They be walking around with the lip fillers, trying to recapture the youth that they never fully appreciated, right? Just like the midlife crisis shit, trying to recapture the youth that they never. Well, okay, from the man's perspective, he could never really appreciate it because you just don't have a lot of money as a man. But see, as a woman, she's trying to recapture her prime years that she never really learned how to appreciate. She was just living and she wasn't paying attention. So when she gets older, now she's trying to go back and get what she could have had when she was 20, and now she knows how to appreciate it. But it's too late. Like Coach RedPill said. The sad truth is, look, women, that's the sad truth. They don't get it till it's too, like children. They don't understand till it's just too late, and you can't do anything. Quick side note: I'm finally reading Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler's autobiography. Yeah, autobiography. I think that's how you say it. Adolf Hitler autobiography, and I think it's a beautiful book so far. I'm only in chapter 2, chapter 2 is a long chapter, but it's about him struggling in Vienna. I'm reading that right now, and where did I do with it? Hang on, because I never really got to study this. I never really got to study it, so I had this book for a while, and I never really got to read it. I never really got the chance to really. Well, years ago I did study about that whole situation, but. And I deduced back then it is just a clusterfuck of problems. So I bought this book maybe like a year ago, and it just kind of sat there. I got it for like $3. So I finally started reading this. And it's pretty much going over a lot of shit I already knew, just kind of forgot, just brushing up on it. But it's good. But Mein Kampf had me like fully absorbed. But in Mein Kampf, he talks about the where I am now. He's talking about pretty much how he came up. He want to go to art school, all that typical shit that most people already know. It's great. I forget where I was going with it, but where I was trying to go with it was his father was always trying to prepare him for the world. Adolf Hitler's dad was always trying to say, look, you need to go to school for real. Like, we'll fund your painting and all that shit like that. We'll fund your art side, but you got to get this training to go to school, right? Well, Adolf didn't want to go to school. He just wanted to paint, and that was it. He knew he was going to be a painter. So his dad died when he was 13. His mom died when he was 15. And so he goes off to Vienna to learn, because he thinks he'll just get into painting school like right off the bat, and he actually doesn't get into painting school. And it's not because he's a bad painter, but more so that the person who was in charge said that he should do architecture instead. And what his dad said came back to haunt him, because when he went to the architecture school, they require all the classes that he should have had that his dad told him to take, and he never took it. And he was fucked up. And so he was essentially just an orphan living in the lower class. But yeah. I think, yes. I mean, yeah, I think it's a beautiful book. But I think it's dangerous. I think a book like that, anything to do with Adolf Hitler, Karl Marx, Engels, and any philosophy, Nietzsche, anybody like that is dangerous in the hands of somebody who's not a well-rounded, relatively speaking, well-read individual. Those types of things are dangerous in that mentality of a person, because they'll start to swear by it, and they don't know how to read between the lines and tell, okay, like is he starting to like wander here a little too much in the anger or vengeance kind of thing. I think these books are beautiful books, but I think there should be a law made that says, okay, look, you need to at least have a bachelor's degree before you can even have access to anything Karl Marx wrote. Right. Anything that Adolf Hitler wrote, you need to be a certain level of put through educational rigor on a reading level before you can handle this shit. Because I think the book's beautiful. I think Mein Kampf is a beautiful book. I think it's amazing. Not amazing. I've read better, but I think it's really good. I was shocked at how much I really liked it, to the point where I could not stop reading. I had to keep reading. I had to keep going with it. Thought it was really good, but it's dangerous to somebody who's not well read or well educated. But let's continue with this woman. Yeah, this is again back to this woman. This is a sad story. This is midlife crisis for a woman. Midlife crisis for a man. Midlife crisis for a man is finally having the money that he always wanted when he was 20, but you just can't get that, right? Unless you were born into a rich family. Whereas midlife crisis for a woman is finally getting older and being like, oh wow, I used to be that pretty. Maybe I could do that again. That's midlife crisis for. So situations like becoming an incel, midlife crisis, being creepy, being awkward, being weird, just general law systems. It's different. It's completely different for men than it is for women. Completely different. Completely different.
How tall are you, Jasmine?
Okay, wait a minute. Don't interrogate me. No, I'm 5'5.5".
Okay. 5'5.5", 6'4" and taller. So a man that was 6 feet, he wouldn't have a chance with you.
Not that he wouldn't have a chance. I would definitely, you know what? I would go for 6 feet or taller, preferably 6'4" or taller, but I would definitely talk to somebody 6'4" or taller if he had everything else going for him. Absolutely.
Okay, 6'4" and taller. Okay, keep going.
Of course, somebody honest. I would love somebody who, now you don't have to be a pastor or a preacher, but I would love somebody who actually believes in a higher being and God, or, definitely it has some type of Christian base. I want somebody who enjoys to travel. I don't care if he has kids or not. I would prefer nobody with more than 4 kids. Although my baby will act up, but I am still open to having kids. My family is quite fertile, so I'm still open to at least having one more. For my husband only. I'm not going to have any more kids out of wedlock. What else? Definitely a job. I would prefer 100,000 or more for him to make. And I need somebody who's willing to actually date and get to know me and me get to know him. And if he does have kids, if he's not active in his kids' lives, he's not for me. So any man, if you are out there, if you are not active.
See, all of this is shit that women should be saying when they 22 to 25 to max 30. This is all this. It's like she's in a midlife crisis. This is the woman version of midlife crisis. It's not in sports cars and like how men do, to get the sports cars and they start working out and get the big muscles or steroids, whatever the fuck, Women take it out, and women go back to what they should have been doing when they was 22, 23 to 28, 29, 30. This is a woman with a midlife crisis going through it.
Active in your children's lives, then you are not the man for me. Because if you can't be active in your own kids' lives, and I don't care what the circumstances is, it's an excuse. Then you definitely can't be active in my kids' lives. So that's a huge deal breaker for me. You don't have to have full custody of your kids, but you have to be active.
Okay. So, is the goal marriage this time?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So the request is a man, ideally 6'4", if not 6'4", over 6 feet.
Yes.
Make at least 100K, and marriage is the goal. How come marriage wasn't the goal before you had your other children?
Because she thought she would be young and cute forever.
The first one I was young, and it just, I don't want to get married to get divorced. I've seen it too many times, and instead of me setting myself up for that, and obviously, it wasn't that marriage was proposed prior to me getting pregnant. It was honestly after I got pregnant. So, and once I got pregnant, not that it was too late, but it was just like, okay, I've seen signs after that I didn't like. And it's not something that I wanted to live with for the rest of my life. And I needed to be honest with myself. So instead of me just marrying just to say, I was married, I'd rather wait and raise my kids and for them to be
I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all. Okay. No, that doesn't add up. That doesn't add up. I just don't believe that. Period. I think she's lying.
Which they are, thank God.
No, and I respect that completely. But just in full transparency, you did it 3 times. So I understand, like, I think people will understand, like, the
Yeah.
first time, but
Yeah.
then 2 more times with 2 different men, you still went
Well,
down.
here's the thing. I could tell just by how she was saying the first time. No, because it was too much of I'm in control and that and this and that. No, I don't think that the first guy even proposed. Here's the thing. I don't think that the first guy even. I don't think she's ever been proposed to. I'll go on a whim saying that. I don't think that she's ever been proposed. I think all of it's a lie. I think at some point she probably tried to sporadically sprinkle in that she wanted to get married, and she talked herself into believing that she was the one that made her mind up that she didn't want to do it, where the guy never actually said anything from the beginning about it. That happens a lot. I don't think I'm calling. Yeah, like she said. Okay. Well, Kendra went on about the next 2, like, people can understand one time, but 3 times that happened, Kendra went that far in it. I could tell by how she's talking, by how Jasmine's talking, that I don't believe that. I do not think a man came up to her and said, "I want to marry you." I don't think any one of them ever did. And she's living the rest of her life bitter, angry, and disgusted. And this woman had to sit up and raise 3 kids alone, and come up with any mental gymnastic in her head to tell her kids or why they dad's not around. This woman has worked through every mental gymnastics to validate herself, to make herself to not look like the bad guy to herself and to her children. I don't think any of those men even asked her to marry her. Here's the thing. I don't think she was even in a relationship with those men. I think those men just fucked her regularly and then kicked her to the curb, and she walked off and created this mental delusion that these men wanted to marry her. I don't think any of the men. I don't even think any of the men even approached her that she wanted. Now, she probably was approached by some men who she didn't want, but I don't think that any of those children's fathers ever. I don't think they did. It's just a lie she can get away with to get people to believe her, to validate her position. Because at 42, and she's so fucking awesome and so great, and she thinks she deserves this and that and this and that, then how come she couldn't find a man throughout that time period? Why did she have to wait her fucking spot in line to get on YouTube? Just to find a man to talk to her. I don't think any of those babies' fathers, I don't think any of her children's fathers asked to marry her. I think she probably tried to push it on them. They never jumped on it. So she did whatever mental gymnastic in her head to say, "Oh, well, I don't want to get married right now anyway, because, and that's the story I'll run with from here." I think she did that. But I could tell by her demeanor, I don't think none of those, I don't think any of those men did. But she can get away with that because nobody will question her. Right? She can get away with it.
On that same route. So what made you change now? The standard would be you would have to be married first.
It's not that the standard was different then. It's just that after I got pregnant, like you see a whole different side of people sometimes, and it's a side that I didn't like. So,
okay,
to each his own.
Totally got it. And then you said 100K. Would you date a man that made that?
I don't believe her. I think she's lying. Because here's the thing. When you talk about shit like this, I'm not saying everybody is like this, but in general, when you talk about shit like this, and then okay, and she knows Kendra. Kendra can be pretty real. Like, I don't know her personally or anything like that, but I can tell by her energy, like, she could be, if you were to break down some real shit with her, she would converse about real shit. Right? I think she's lying. I think Jasmine, I don't think any of those fathers tried to even marry. I think she tried to marry them, and they left her. And she got mad because they didn't stay around. So she talked herself into believing that, oh, well, I'm the one who made a decision not to get married. And she, whatever mental I don't think so. I think she's lying. This woman, well, I can't be certain because I wasn't there, but my instincts are telling me that she's lying. She's getting questioned about it, and she's answering with these. Here's the thing: my profession, my education, my profession is in listening to people while they try to tell me bullshit, right? So over years of doing this, you get kind of good at being able to tell if somebody's bullshitting you or not, right? You get pretty good at kind of feeling it out, right? And you get pretty good at hearing cookie cutter responses. You get pretty good at it because you hear it so much, right? And you're trained what to do when you get these responses. You know, these cookie cutter responses. Yeah, and I just wasn't ready. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, see, she's lying. She's lying. I would pretty much. I would almost bet $1,000 to a donut. Now, it's not every time. Sometimes I could be wrong. I'll admit. But a woman in her position, and then with all these requirements, see, here's the thing. The other part that's diving into my instinct and telling me that she's wrong is, see, these outrageous requirements with her age. And she comes from my generation, a time when this wasn't an outspoken thing, right? Everybody kind of knew women like the basketball stars, the football stars, but it wasn't an outspoken thing. Like, I only date men who are 6'4" and above. It wasn't like that back in our age group, right? So so that's another thing that I'm kind of feeling out too, is the fact that she's really stressing this. This is almost like her vengeance to get back at the men who impregnated her and didn't want to deal with her. That she can grow up, be successful, and get the Instagram life and husband and all that shit. It's almost like it's almost a vengeance against her past, right? Because again, she did not grow up in this. We didn't grow up in this time period of women just openly saying, I only date, like, okay, back when we were 20. Back when me and this woman were 20, if a woman had came, okay, it was rare for you to hear a woman that comes out and said, I only date a 6 foot tall guy. It was kind of rare to hear a woman say, oh, like, I only date tall guys, right? Like, it was kind of rare. Like, it happened in where I lived. It happened, but it wasn't like, you didn't hear women say this shit out loud, right? I mean, it would happen, but it wasn't common, right? For this age of woman to come out and be on this shit now, see, that's another. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that she's lying. There's a reason why no men approach her in real life, or she can't get with a man in real life. There's a reason why.
So that's non-negotiable.
For the lifestyle that we live in, with that's non-negotiable. At least, that would be a minimum.
Okay. Do you
and
normally
they have money, so it's not only about money. Like they have money.
See, See, this is a lie to fight to fuel her vengeance for her past of failed relationships.
But it's just money can't keep you. However, money can definitely help to keep the household together.
I understand. You normally date men that make $100K, I'm assuming.
No.
More than that, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why she's on the show. See, look, yeah, I'm fully convinced. So let's okay. Why? So real quick, let's deduce. I just farted. Real quick, let's deduce why this woman is on this show. Why she had to go on Kendra G. She's on Kendra G, a woman whose whole YouTube channel. Well, I don't know her YouTube channel, but if I had to guess, it's for women who can't find a man because they're fucked up, and they had to go on a YouTube channel because they're so lonely and desperate for whatever reason, right? So, in other words, they're fucked up in the dating market. Her show is for women who are fucked up in the dating market, right? So Kendra has asked her, well, do you date these men now? So listen to this woman's response.
Money can definitely
listen
help
to this woman's response
to keep the household together.
I understand. You normally date men that make $100K, I'm assuming.
More than that, absolutely.
So why are these men not staying around you? If they did more than that, yeah, I can do it now. Yep. But you're on YouTube sending out an SOS, sending out a message in a bottle. Go find a fucking. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what's going on with these men? Why you can't make it work with them?
Because now it seems like some of them, they just that's not what they come in with the intention of saying, that's what they want, a long-term relationship, or that they want to lead to marriage. However, that's really not what it is. Like, I just previously dated or went out with a doctor, and it wasn't the fact that he he wasn't accepting of me having children and all those things.
This is a lie.
However,
this is a lie. She's lying.
Our goals did not align. So that
you guys were dating, or you were in a relationship?
She's lying.
No, we dated. No.
Oh, you dated?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Got you. All right, 100K.
I don't believe her.
She dates men that make more. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I just got in for my daughter's basketball game, so hold on one second. What the heck is Kendra Cam? Girl, just hold up the camera and step back. Let me see.
She got her daughter. She has her daughter holding the fucking. So what is her daughter learning from this shit? This is fucking gross. I would never hold a camera from my dad on a dating website. No. Get the fuck. I am not. Look at my dad. Hey, would you hold this? No, I'm not holding this motherfucker for you. You'll get your grown ass out in that world and figure out your own fucking problem. Get your grown ass away from your daughter. I'm not asking my son to hold my camera up while I'm looking for some pussy. That is fucking... See, but this is the mentality of woman. This is woman's mentality. See, women see children as buddies. They say friends and buddies. This bitch stands up. Here you go, daughter. Hold up so they can look at my ass on YouTube. This bitch is crazy. That's why you on Kendra G.
All right.
Look at this.
Hold up the camera. Hold on one second.
Listen to this.
Girl, just hold up the camera.
This is sick, and it's sick. See, that's why. Okay, if that doctor is real, this right here is why he left you. That's why that's why these men ain't fucking with you, because you do shit like this. This is fucking gross. Don't have your fucking children hold your camera while you get ready to show ass shots on YouTube. It's think. Hold on, hold on. let me go. Let me find my. Let me find my video.
Three, two, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me?
Almost lost it there.
Finally. Almost lost it there.
Almost lost it there. Jiminy Christmas. Like, where is your brain at? So you got to remember, when she was giving an interview, her daughter or some young girl, you can tell by her voice, some young girl was on opposite of the camera, listening to the whole, and she's sitting here. This mother is sitting here giving a full-on interview, right, in front of a camera, with a daughter, like sitting right here, because she stands up and the daughter goes, "Oh, hey, mama." She's sitting here giving a full on interview. So 75% of what she's saying is gonna be a lie right off the bat, because her daughter's sitting right there. This is sick. This is literally sick. This is so sick and disgusting. Here's the thing. If that had been a man on a dating website and had his daughter sitting over there, could you imagine what the world would say about that shit? Imagine what YouTube would say about that if let's say like AD dating, the AD dating show, right? And a motherfucker was sitting over there like on my show, and his daughter was on the other side holding the camera up. Come on, let's see what you look like, fam. Let's see your body, fam. And his daughter was on the other side saying, "Here, Chantel, just hold the camera while I stand up." Like that shit, that is mental illness. This is illness. You are ill. What's her name? Jasmine Jonas. You are ill. All right, you are sick. Imagine if this had been a man on some dating show. Well, yeah, I was with three. I had 3 babies. Yeah, you know, go. Well, stand up. Let's see your body, bruh. All right, fam. Here I go. Here, Sarah. Just hold the camera. Hold the camera. I'm on YouTube. Hold the camera, Sarah. Could you imagine what the world? That motherfucker be on Chris Hansen be out here talking about, "What the y'all hang? What's the problem here? What are you doing?" The motherfuckers, like everybody come out the woodwork for his asshole. That motherfucker, they gonna throw his ass up, but he gonna be sitting up there with Jonathan Majors in the jail. They gonna be homies in that motherfucker. Him and Jonathan Majors. What you in for, bro? "Oh, wait, man, white bitches got me in trouble. What you in for?" "Oh, I was on a dating show and asked my daughter to hold the camera." Yeah, that'll do it. This is sick. This is sick. This is just pure sickness. How do you even get away with this
Back,
shit?
let me see.
Wait a second.
All right, there we go.
Okay, we see the booty.
Yes,
No, Mom.
is there?
No, Mom.
I hear your daughter. No, Mom.
Right,
That
right.
is
Let me show it.
gross.
She like, absolutely not.
So, Jasmine, Houston, Texas, 42, Pisces. Our mom to 3. What's the age range you would date?
Ooh, okay, so my girlfriend is gonna be like, "Jasmine, really?" However, I say nowadays there are men who are quite mature at between 35 and up. So and they honestly, a lot of them I have found are really looking to settle down, and they're okay, or they actually like older women. 2 of my kids' dads are younger. However, they have a younger mind frame. So,
Well, younger, I mean, that's what, they probably have the mind frame they're supposed to have, right? They're younger.
no. They didn't have like a young man's mind frame. They had a boy's mind frame. So I need somebody who actually has a man's mind frame now. So I want somebody who's 35, but a mature 35.
Okay, but it's clear that she doesn't know what a man's mind frame is because she can't keep one. Okay, let's deduce the logic, right? Okay, let's take a regular okay, like I said a little last week about the whole racial situation, and people don't understand unless you use dogs and food to explain the situation. So let's take the situation to the public, right? To the mainstream public. Unless in the context of what I'm going to compare, she claims that she wants a man's with a man's mindset, right? A woman who's never been married, a woman who can't keep a man, a woman who has 3 children by 3 different men, and has her daughter videotape her to advertise her pussy out on YouTube, right? This woman cannot keep a man. That's why she's on this show right now. That's why I'm watching this bitch right now on YouTube, because she can't keep a man. No man wants her. So she don't even know what a man's mindset is. She's talking shit from watching TV, Lifetime, BET, love movie drama bullshit. She doesn't know what the fuck a man's mindset is because she's never had one. She's never had not to keep her. She's never kept one. Let's be clear. So she don't even know what it is past getting dick down, going to the kitchen and getting some Gatorade and ordering some Uber Eats or some shit like that. She don't even know what a man's mindset is. She's never been married. She's never been in a real relationship. What the fuck does she know about a real man? He's not a boy, I want a man. She doesn't fucking know. Now, the mainstream world would tear me apart for saying that, but let's put this shit into comparison, right? Let's go out to like just the regular world, right? And let's say you got a car lot, right? Now, and let's say you get somebody that comes into your car lot. He's just a regular old person, right? And you got everything there from Honda Civics to let's say McLaren, right? Or Rolls Royce, whatever the fuck. Let's say you got like low end, the relatively high end cars in there, right? And you get just like a regular, like a regular dude off the street, right? And he goes, look, I want a real car. I want a Lamborghini. I don't even want no Ferrari. I want a Lamborghini. And you're like, well, why do you want a Lamborghini? Oh, because that's a real car. I don't want no young man's car. I don't want no Honda Civic. I don't want no Mustang. I want a Lamborghini and up because that's a real man's car. You're like, what? And then you say, well, okay, well, why do you like it? Have you ever driven a Lamborghini? Well, no, I just kind of seen them on YouTube. And they look kind of cool. And I think my friends like Lamborghini. Okay, but have you driven a Lamborghini? Have you had any real contact with a Lamborghini? No. Well, what kind of cars have you had contact with? Well, I drove a 2007 Honda Civic. I drove a real nice Chrysler 200. It was real nice. It had leather seats. My cousin had a Cadillac one time. See, like, well, so why the fuck? So where is this theory that you know that you want a Lamborghini? Where is this theory coming from that you know that you want a Lamborghini? Where is the logic even coming from? You have no experience physically with Lamborghini. If you did, you might have just seen it randomly in the wild, right? You have no experience. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? Go drive Honda Civics, because that's your world. Right? Now, I'm not saying you can't work your way up as a man. You can. Now, in her position, she can't work her way up. That time for her is done. That was done at least 10 years ago. At 42. That time was, I say at least 10 to 12 years ago. That time was long gone. Where is this logic coming from that she wants a real man? She doesn't know what a real man is. She's never had one. And she probably never will. All right. At least till them kids get grown. At least till that 9-year-old hits about 10 more years, she might fuck around and come across a real man, a real older man. But it needs to know. Look, anybody who's going to even entertain her is not going to be a real man. Because a real man is not going to put up with her and her life. She's in midlife crisis mode for a woman. It's gross.
And honestly, like, I'm on dating apps and it's 22, 28-year-olds. And I'm like, ooh, no. Anything that's 20, that's a no for me. My son has a 2 in front of his. No. He's 20. I don't want nobody with a 2'9", 2'8", 2'7", nothing. Too young for me.
Okay, too young for her. All right, when was your last relationship, Jasmine?
Ooh, my last real relationship was probably about 2 years ago.
2 years ago. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask. When was the last time you was intimate with someone?
I would like to not answer that.
Oh, Jasmine? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, God, I hope the static isn't back. Say it again. Oh, is it me? Oh.
Yeah, no, it just went out for a second.
Okay. Okay, let me repeat the question. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
I would like not to answer that.
Okay, no worries. What are 3 flaws you have to work on, honey?
Ooh. Number 1 is trust.
Okay.
I definitely need to get better with trusting people. My second one is I am loyal to a fault. So I know it seems like it's a great thing. However, like, I'm one of those people, even when you do me wrong, like I'm still loyal to you. So I want to just get out of that funk of continuing to run that cycle of loyalty to the wrong people. Let me say that. My third, what would it be? Oh my gosh, my daughter's in the background saying not being not having an attitude or
This is a 9-year-old daughter?
Absolutely it is. She is smarter beyond her years. So her turning double digits tomorrow is really in her head, okay?
Not the 9-year-old daughter. Okay, not having attitude. Okay. Jasmine, so you said the goal is marriage now, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
What qualities make you a wife?
Oh my God. My nurturing, of course, I mean, still my loyalty. And just my love and my laughter.
She doesn't know what makes her a wife because she's never been a wife. This would be like going to a university and be like, and asking a student what would make them a good teacher. Right? They don't know because they ain't never been a good teacher. That's why nobody asked them. She doesn't know what's going to make her a good wife because she's never been a wife. She doesn't know. She's speaking out of ignorance. Okay? She can't keep a man. She can date. Yeah, she could run her typical woman side and, and get random cock on Tinder. And she might have a couple random cocks that can come over, 2 or 3 more times, but she's never kept a man. She doesn't know what makes her a good wife because she's never been one. Okay? She's never done it. She doesn't know. Her perspective on what makes her a good wife comes from it's pretty much the same perspective as a 16-year-old girl in high school. She's never done it. Now, she could say nurturing because she's had kids and she's had to learn. Now, since she's had kids, she's had to learn a little mental growth from that angle, from just having kids. But to be a wife, that's a whole, that's not the same as being a mother. And she can pull away with that bullshit of nurturing, because she has kids. She can get away with that. And she could trick dumb motherfuckers who aren't ready to know how to read between the lines. She can trick them with all this. But again, I think she's lying about the men who want to marry her. She's speaking out of complete ignorance about what she wants in a man. She doesn't know because she's never kept one. Okay. Her intelligence is the equivalent of a 16-year-old girl in high school. Outside, now with kids, I'll give her that. She's had kids, so at some level she grew with that. But when it comes to actually cohabitating or being with a man in any kind of way, she's operating on the mental level of a teenager. But she comes in the room with these ridiculous requirements before this is childish. She's a child. I mean, seriously. See, this is why I can't even bear to speak to women. Like I told my girl, I told you guys earlier, I was talking to my girl. She said there's this 50-year-old woman who likes this guy and she's wondering why the guy's not staying. I said, look, why the fuck should a guy stay with a 50-year-old woman? For what reason? Why should a man go to Jasmine Jones and be like, I really, I need this in my life. I need you with your 3 kids and your 3 kids drama. I need that in my life. You know what I need in my life? I need in my life to take responsibility to make sure you taken care of and to make sure that you happy and comfortable. I need that in my life as an individual, successful, driven man who has options better than you. I need that in my life. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get a 42-year-old single mother of 3 in my life. Any man who's willing to do that is a man that is going to be a fucking chump. That's going to be trying to stay with her and any woman like her. Unless the only scenario where I would give it, I would say, because I knew a scenario like this personally. The only scenario where a man would be okay with this is if the man had 2 or 3 kids himself. That's the only way. She's gonna have to get lucky, and okay, the only way it works is if she's got to find a man who has at least two kids. She's gonna have to find, but at that rate, look, men are more valuable when they have kids. Women aren't. Women lose value when they have kids. Yeah, Javi, yeah, this applies to your example of someone who worked their whole life in a warehouse, now all of a sudden they want to be an engineer. Yeah. 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 Now I'm not saying it can't be done with the being an engineer automatically, but something like that, yeah. So back to that scenario about the just work their whole life in a warehouse, and all of a sudden they just decide to be an engineer. Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be done, but the odds are very low because that takes a whole different mindset to be an engineer. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And just like with her wanting a man, like it takes a whole different mindset to actually sit down with somebody and be there when you just not fucking or eating food. Right. Y'all just existing. And how do you manage that shit? Right. Sex becomes like the third and fourth and fifth thing down the list because now you got to manage this other human. Right. Now with a kid, you don't have a choice. Like a child is just a child. You don't have a choice with a child. Like you're forced to grow in that scenario. I remember when my son was small, when he was a baby, right? And I was adjusting to him, right? And this is the only time like I flipped out. I remember, well, this is the only time I what I would call flipping out. He was a baby, and he had a kind of a rough time because it was hot as fuck, and they don't have air conditioning in Europe like that. Pretty much once you leave North America, air conditioning is pretty much non-existent. North America, and I would assume Japan is probably the same way. Air conditioning is not a common thing once you leave like these main areas. So it was hot as fuck in here. I didn't have air conditioning yet in here, and he was like, if my son was awake, he was crying. If not, he was asleep. It was just one or the other. He couldn't just sit down and just chill, right? Like, it was hot as fuck, or maybe it was just him, right? And I remember like my first time of growth was like it was me and him alone because mommy had been here the whole time, and I would keep telling her, like, look, you got to go out and do something. You can't stay here all the time, and you have to go. So she finally went out, right? And she stayed here the whole time. She finally went out, and it was just me and him, right? And so I kept him in the other room because it's cooler over there for some reason. I don't really know why. And I kept him over there in the baby stroller next to the window so he could hear the sounds outside. And his crying was just like ridiculous. And like I thought he would just get to this point where he would like fall asleep. It was just awful. Like that newborn phase was just terrible, man. And on top of that, it was no air conditioning. It was hot as fuck. It was just awful. But I remember I threw a fork. I still got the fork somewhere. It's like bent. I threw a fork like on the floor, like fuck. Because he woke up crying, right? Because you forced to have to grow, right? Now, that was the only time I flipped out, that I would say that I flipped out. Because there was other times where I did, but it was like a complete accident. Like, and it wasn't aimed at him at all or anything. He was just kind of there. He like took it as I flipped out on him, but it had nothing to do with him kind of thing. And I told his mom, like immediately when it happened, like, yeah, like, you know, I fucking like yelled or something. But it had nothing to do with him at all kind of thing. But he thought it was directed towards him. So he started crying. But the only time like I flipped out because of him, it was that time. And I threw a fork. But you're forced to grow with when you have a child, for sure, man. Like, it's something's gonna happen. It's because they not gonna sleep or they gonna be super sensitive, whatever. So I'll give her that. She grew up there. But when it comes to being a spouse, right? See, because with a child, in the back of your mind, you know this is a child, right? The child doesn't know shit. They're fucking dumb as fuck. They just starting out life. You know, they got to learn everything. They don't know, the babies don't know social cues and none of that yet, right? They got to learn all this shit. And some stuff they just can't learn until they get older, right? So with a baby, you can get that. But you're forced to do it. You with a baby, you know, it's different with a baby, right? But when you're dealing with a whole other grown adult who should know some shit, right? And they just don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's a whole another. Then on top of that, as the man, right? You dealing with a baby let's just call a spade a spade. You know, and this is not to be offensive, but babies are fucking idiots, man. They're fucking stupid because they're babies. They don't know shit, man. They literally have no awareness of anything. They're dumb as fuck, right? Now I don't hate the motherfucker for it or anything like that, but it's just what it is, right? But the hard part for me in my relationship is, okay, the baby's gonna be a baby, right? But then mommy is gonna be a woman still, right? And mommy's gonna do dumbass shit. She gotta have her so the hard part comes in, it is in trying to keep track of just one baby and the spouse. Because the baby's getting on your nerves, but do you want the spouse to feel you getting agitated? Now they gonna get agitated and all this shit like that. So now you got to juggle, and that's just one baby, right? This bitch got 3. With just one, but now you got to juggle all now, like, cause I'm in a bad mood. I knew I was in a bad mood when I woke up this morning. You know what I mean? The baby's in a bad mood, and my spouse and my wife, now they doing the exact shit that they know I told them to stop doing 3 months ago, and they doing it again, and I'm getting ready to fucking blow. And then you got to juggle all this shit. I tell everybody, look, when it gets to that point, just leave. Just walk the fuck out the house. Don't tell anybody nothing, just bounce. You know what I mean? Because whatever you do is better than lashing out on a motherfucker, especially around children, right? I tell everybody, just leave. When it gets to that point, if you can, just go walk down the street, something. Just get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out the room, get the fuck out the house, apartment, whatever it is. Just leave as a man, right? And that's with one baby. Because then it could be another. It could be you wake up and then the wife is getting on your nerves, right? And but the baby's cool, but the wife's just driving your last nerve, right? And now you don't want to take it out on the baby because you mad at the wife. It's just so, and this is with one child. This bitch got 3, and she expects a man who is working hard in life, who has a well-paying job, and who has options better than her, to sit down and deal and seriously juggle that shit. Let me because I did the math on Armored Core to look up the total combination of things that can go wrong, and this is just a strict kind. So what was it? So it would be, so let's do real quick because it's going to be deeper than this, but I'm going to do real quick math on this. So you have what's this? Let's say 3 problems that go wrong with 3 different people. That's 3 times 3 times 3. That's 27 problems. Just that, and this is basic math. Let's just say there's only 3 issues that can happen with every child. If I did the math correctly, that's 27 different types of problems that can happen with just the kids alone. Now you add in her, that goes up to 81 different combinations of problems. Then let's just say you only have 3 problems: a direct form of jealousy, a direct form of sadness, and direct form of depression, right? And this is just the basic math. That's 81 problems with her and her 3 kids. Okay, and then you add in you. Yeah, that number goes up to 243. That's 243 different problems a man will have to walk in that house, and that's basic. That's basic direct estimations. That's not counting complications after complications. That's just basic direct. If you had 3 problems per person, if I did the math right, 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3. Yeah, that's 243 different types of problems that you don't know what'll happen tomorrow. In 2 hours from now, when you go to the store, when you want to play that game you've been waiting for 6 months to play, when you wanted to go down the street and look at golf clubs, when you thought you were going to go teach a class, get somebody, we ain't even talked about sicknesses yet. Illnesses, sicknesses. Now everybody in the house got to get it. Yeah, see, this is a waste. This is a joke. This is sick. This is sickness. This is sickness. Why is I see my chat's frozen. Let me try this. Because it's still stuck on along. I think that would do it. See, it's frozen. So she really thinks, back to her, she really thinks that a man who is off in his life and he's doing so fucking great because he's so fucking awesome and he's in the top 2% of men, he's really gonna he's gonna be just dumb enough to entertain her. She really thinks that's the delusion that she's going through. It's sick and it's disgusting, it's sick and it's sad. Why would a man who is let's say 40, 45, he's got his own life, he's doing his own thing, he's been through the ringer at least one time, right? Why would he he has he has a passport, so he can travel. He's seen women in other countries. He's dealt with women everywhere else who could speak at least 2 different languages, her native language and English, right? Why would he want a 42-year-old single mother with 3 kids?
One of my cousins who told me that I needed to come on this show and watch you. Yes, Steven. Him and his sister always talks about me and my laugh. Like, I have a laugh that is so infectious, and it doesn't take a lot to honestly make me happy.
Yes, that worked at 25.
Just the subtleness and being true to you and who you are, and being true to me, and in a true relationship. I think that it is not a lot.
Okay, listen. Why would a guy be lucky to be with you, Jasmine?
Well, first of all, look at me.
I got the most confident people on my show, Tom.
Absolutely. Secondly, I am a motivator. So if you are looking for a partner who's going to be on your team and motivate you to the next level, I am definitely she. She is me. So, I mean, you can't get any better than this.
Can't get any better, you said.
You cannot get any better than this.
I love the confidence. Jasmine, if I make you a highlight, I want you to respond to this because I saw some of the comments and I'm going to give you a chance to respond for yourself. What would you say to the people that are going to be watching? You have a 6'4", request. If not 6'4", 6 feet. Makes
her daughter, 100. You hear her daughter just breathe into the phone. You hear that shit? Right after she's talking about you have a 6'4" request, her daughter breathed into the phone. She said, "Where my phone at?" Her daughter was like, "Listen to this shit."
What would you say to the people that are going to be watching? You have a 6'4", request. If not 6'4", 6 feet, makes at least 100K. Some people will say that would be a delusional request for you of a mom with 3x3 men. What would you say to that?
I would say check my track record. I mean, it's not hard. It may be delusional to them because perhaps it's not in their foresight, or perhaps it's something that they've never had before. However, I've had that in my past.
Yes, and that's where it belongs. In your past. That's why you're on Kendra looking. This is why a woman like you is on Kendra looking for a man, because it was in your past. That's not for you now. All right.
Again, the one I just dated was 6'4", and he made over 100K. It's just
but are you trying to date now, or are you trying to get married? Because there's 2 different categories.
No. I'm dating with the intention to get married. But I feel you have to date first in order to get to know somebody.
Just to be fair, we checked your track record. You never had that in a marriage dynamic, though, correct?
Absolutely. No, I have not.
Okay.
I think I would like talking to Kendra. I think me and Kendra could get along. Because like I said, I've always felt like she could talk about real shit. I would like to talk to Kendra.
I think that's where the challenge becomes, because dating this man You can probably, I think you're a beautiful woman. You have a beautiful face. You're in shape. You're keeping yourself up. You know, dating and marriage are two different categories. So we got to decide who's the pool of men that we could date and who's the pool of men that are trying to marry us.
Absolutely. And that's where the fine line comes in. And that's why I was so easily able to cut the doctor off, because it's just like this is not going the way that I foresee it going. And again, I'm not dating, and I'm not desperate. So that's what I want people to also understand. I'm not desperate. I mean,
you just on YouTube looking for a man. You're not desperate at all. I'm not desperate. I'm just on YouTube hoping to find a man. I had to wait my chance in line to get on a YouTube show to hope that a man might find me on YouTube. I'm not desperate. I'm not desperate at all. Listen to this shit. This is the mental illness you gotta deal with.
This is not America. Going the way that
she dated a doctor who made 6 figures. Okay, she got her throat fucked and she got pounded in a fucking hotel room by a doctor. Okay, let's be real. I'm questioning that. The position of the man. I'm questioning that. Severely questioning that.
That's where the fine line comes in. And that's why I was so easily able to cut the doctor off, because it's just like this is not going the way that I foresee it going. And again,
here's the other part, and this is going to be like a deep thing I'm going to say for a certain generation, right? I've been around. Okay, due to where I grew up in Ohio, and the neighborhood I grew up in, I grew up around a lot of people who didn't achieve much in life, right? Like, and I don't want to say, when I say didn't achieve much in life, not in the terms like personal achievement, but in terms of like of worldly recognized achievements. They didn't achieve much in life. So due to the area where I grew up, and she has the tone that I'm getting ready to talk about. There's a certain tone of voice that they use when they know that they're lying to themselves. It's this, well, I know that I did it because I did, and if I didn't do that, then I didn't, because they're like making the story up as they go. They think that, like, it's almost like, if anybody remembers a Richard Pryor stand up, when Richard Pryor talks about little kids, when little kids be trying to lie because they did something wrong, but the little kid doesn't want you to know, so they go, okay. So I went to the door, and what happened was the door had opened and I didn't know it, and my hand fell into the cookie jar and the cookies fell in my mouth, and that's how I ate the cookies. I didn't know. Right? Like, is that shit with the old, with people from my neighborhood and like that older generation, like there's a certain tone of voice that they'll use when they're making up the story as they go and they don't think other people can hear it in their voice. Like, she's making up the story. Everything that she's saying right now is a lie. Is either a lie or she's trying to alter it as she goes in hopes that it makes sense and that the listeners will buy it. So let's listen to the tone of this shit. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, like, definitely let me know in the comment section, or in the live stream, in the chat section, because this is definitely a thing, because I grew up with this. Because again, where I grew up in Ohio, again, a lot of people didn't accomplish much. So when they get older, they want to sound like they accomplished something. So it's like, well, I could have done this and I did this, but I didn't know, and so it was my choice, and because it was my choice, I knew, and I didn't know, and that's why I never became an astronaut. Like with Cat Williams talking about Steve Harvey, he doesn't have the tone, but he just said the same thing. He goes, I didn't want to be a movie star. With Cat Williams talking about Steve Harvey saying this shit, it was a lie. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. well, yeah, it was, well, because it was my choice, and I knew I didn't want things to go that way. So when things didn't go that way, I knew because it was my family, and I had to take care of my family. So when my family was okay, I had to make sure I was okay. And so because it's my mind that everything's is okay. I mean, everything's okay, then everything's okay. And that's why you are okay. Because I did everything for your generation to make sure you was okay. Like, is this constant? Like, is this constant, like, developing, like infantile form of lying that they don't think that other people can pick up on? Whenever the story hits that, well, and it always comes back to like, well, I did it for the better good of everybody. It's always because I grew up around these people, dude. Well, I could have worked my way up. I worked in Shell gas station, and I could have worked my way up from this Shell gas station to work in corporate America, to own all of the Shell gas stations and be the head of Enrons and Shells. But I didn't do it. The reason why I didn't, because I was caring about my people and my family, and that's why I didn't do it. And why, if it wasn't for me, you couldn't have been where you were now. And see, so would you rather not be where? And it's like, okay, then you just gotta play like, yeah, yeah. That's all you can do. Like, because that's where I grew up with this bullshit. I can smell this bullshit from a mile away. She's a waste of fucking space, dude. She's a fucking, she might be good to come down her throat, something like that. And after that, she's fucking, in the dating market, she's done. It's fucking done. That Richard Pryor analysis is classic. Yeah, when he talks about the babies, yeah, he talks about not the babies, but they're like small kids, and he says like how kids try to lie. Yeah, and the adults do the same thing. It's this demographic of adult who does the same thing. This demographic and older of this demographic does the same thing. Nothing's really making a lot of sense. You're not really getting anywhere directly, and then it kind of comes back to like you did it for the greater good of something. Yeah, there's no real direct answer, there's no real direct reply. It's just I did it for the better good, and this constant stalling and hoping that the listener just goes, okay, yeah, we'll believe you. I believe you. And so we can get and she goes, got him. Like, motherfucker, we knew you were lying. You're lying.
Absolutely. And that's where the fine line comes in, and that's why I was so easily able to cut the doctor off, because it's just like this is not going the way that I foresee it going. And again, I'm not dating, and I'm not desperate. So that's what I want people to also understand. I'm not desperate. I mean, I have plenty of people in my inbox. However, they are not the ones that are marriage material to me. And if some of them are out there, they're doubtful, tell them don't. I can send them their way, but it's just not for me.
I can imitate that shit for hours. I've heard it so many times, dude. I've heard that so many times in so many different contexts that I can imitate that shit for hours. I seriously could, especially now that I've been drinking. I can imitate that shit for the next 4 hours straight, and just go through this shit I've heard. What? Let me take let me take a guy who's gonna be the manager of Dell. Go over to Dell. Well, yeah, I wanted to be a forklift driver. That's what I really wanted. But somebody came to me and said, yeah, you can be manager of the HR department. And I didn't want it. I wanted. But see, what happened was I had a dog at home that I had to take care of, and the dog would get sick. And the dog gets sick between the hours of 2 to 3 p.m., right? And the meeting was at 1:30. So I could have made the meeting. Like, I really did. And I even had a babysitter for the dog, right? So when I had a babysitter for the dog, I was going to make the meeting, but somebody called me at 1:45. And at 1:45, I couldn't make the meeting, right? So like, I wanted to do it, but I had to look out for the dog. If we didn't have dogs, if we didn't have dogs taken care of, well, what would my kids say if my dogs didn't get taken care of? See, because the dogs would see me not take care of the kids would see me not take care of the dogs, and they would see me as a weaker parent, and I had to provide for the kids, and that's why I wanted to be a forklift driver. I didn't want to be the dad of the HR, because I could have went to college. I could have done that, but I didn't do it because I had to take care of the dogs, because the dogs needed food, and that's why I didn't become. That's why I didn't go to become HR, because I could have gone to University of Illinois, but Illinois, they wanted my paperwork, and I gave them the paperwork, and they came back with some nonsense, so I didn't know how to fill out the paperwork, so I went back to my job because I was all set to go off to become an astronaut, but I didn't become an astronaut. Why not become an astronaut? Well, because Illinois didn't have my paperwork, and I didn't become the HR of Dell, and my dog was sick, and that's why I didn't do it. And here's the weird part is whenever they get on this tangent, like it keeps going. Like, and if you just let them go, they'll go for hours. Right? If you never go, I see. If she would have let her go on that tangent, she would have gone on for the next hour and just talked herself in this continuous mental gymnastics of trying to validate herself back in life instead of just saying I fucked up, right? Like, like I grew in the area I grew up in my high school, dude. Because me and a friend of mine, I knew him since kindergarten, and now he's teaching at University of Cincinnati right now. I'm not gonna say his name because his name is actually a very specific name. You'd find him, and I don't really look because the content of my channel was kind of rough. No, I'm joking, but like the content of my channel was rough. So like that's why I don't share like clients' information, because my channel could fuck around, get you in trouble if they connect this shit. I don't, especially in the West, right? So a friend of mine, I knew him since kindergarten, and we both failed ninth grade at the same time. We're the same age. We both failed ninth grade. The only classes that we both passed was gym and I think some other class. We only got like a credit and a half. We both failed ninth grade together, right? And so he went to college, like, he was one of those kind of people, he went to college, like, right after high school. That next semester, he was in college, because his parents were, like, on that shit, and they got him into college, like, immediately. He didn't wait, he wasted no time. And I stayed home. I didn't go anywhere, right? But after time, like, I ended up getting up, I ended up going to college and doing it, too. I went later, but I ended up going and finishing. And so we talked years later about it, and he goes... And he said we were I tell you the exact place where we went. When I came back from Europe, I was driving a BMW and I pulled up to his house because I never bought a house. He bought a house, and he was telling me about how he had to buy a house to live in a certain neighborhood to send his kids to school, or else you couldn't send them to a certain school. So that was like the biggest hassle right there. They had to find where to live so they could send their kids to school. He had 2 kids at the time. Now they have 3. Now he has a daughter, but he had 2 sons at the time. And after we talked about that and caught up, because it had been years, right? As I had just come back from Europe, and he had some cheap like $2 wine. I remember that it was like $2 wine. I was like, shit, it's $2. Like that sounds like a great fucking deal to me. Let's drink that shit, right? And we sat at the dinner table all night drinking this $2 wine, right? Like it wasn't enough to get you like fucked up, but it was enough to you feel something, right? And he goes, yeah, you know what, man? Honestly, I didn't think you was gonna make it. Talking to me, right? He said, I didn't think he was gonna make it. Because after he had finished his master, he had finished his education long before I did. And so he was working in universities. And so he knew a lot of these statistics before I ever knew them, before I came across them. And he said, yeah, man, I didn't think you were gonna make it. Because in that area where we went to high school at, we never thought of it at the time, but back then, like, they didn't even think to prepare us for college, because that area, there were no college graduates in that area. Like that was, it wasn't a rough area, it wasn't a bad area, but it was a lower status area, right? And looking back, after I thought about it, I was like, yeah, you are right. Like back then, like there was no push, there was no college program, there was no talks of college in our high school, like at all. For those outside the U.S., I'm talking about university. There was no talk about university at all in our high school. So if your parents weren't pushing you for university, you just weren't going to go because you just didn't know what to do. There was no preparation, none of that. Where I went to high school at, the highest accomplishment was just to finish high school, and that was it. There was no pushing you to go on further, to see that the world exists. None of that at the time. Well, and probably still the same thing now. And he said, yeah, I didn't think you. He told me I didn't think you were going to make it, because he said he remembered when he went off to college and I stayed home, and he just, because I remember I called him a few times, and then we just just due to the situation we just lost contact for years. And he said he honestly thought that I was not going to make it. He thought I was going to stay in Cincinnati. Well, he ended up moving back to Cincinnati though, but he left for a while and came back. But he thought I wasn't going to make it. But like I said, the longer we talk, because matter of fact, because I always let friends borrow my PlayStation VR headset. Like every close friend of mine has borrowed. Now that I think about it, every close friend of mine has asked me to borrow my VR headset, and I've always given it to him. And he had my VR headset. Actually, the first 2 years I was in Europe, he had it. And when I came back, his sons were playing it. And it was like the funniest thing, man, because his sons were like small at the time, but they could play the VR headset. So one of his sons was like he didn't, like it was funny. It was cute to watch. It was funny because like his little son, I was going to say his name because I've been drinking, but his little son, he put the VR, like he knew it was on a wire, right? But he put the VR headset on and completely forget that he was on a wire. And he would just go around the whole house. Like this motherfucker went behind the couch so the PSVR, it doesn't have 360 movement. So I don't know what he was looking at. But he was like going like this motherfucker ended up in the gas station talking with the PR with the headset on it in the gas station talking about some with the little controller. I don't know what he was looking at because the first PSVR headset didn't have 360. It's only like here to here maybe type. You can't turn all the way around in that. But yeah. So and a friend of mine, he's getting ready to bring it back now. He has my PSVR. He has the headset now because he was playing with it with his daughters, and he's been meaning to bring it back. And just for whatever reason, because he moved, he's going through some shit now. That's wild shit. But he moved way outside of Prague, and he's gonna be coming back soon with it. I wanted to cover this video because I thought this was gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I had to.
But let me catch up on the comments. And university is where dumb people go to be indoctrinated. How times have changed. Yeah. Can't argue that shit. AD, I'm glad and fortunate YouTube randomly recommended your channel years ago. AD, you're the cool uncle every young man needs in his life. Thanks. I don't know how to take that. I'm horrible at taking compliments, but thank you. I don't mean to sound like shitty or like condescending or anything like that. I don't mean to sound, like I have an ulterior motive behind my thanks, but because I just don't know how to say thank you. But thank you. But I wanted to watch this.
Yeah. The stream going in the background on my phone. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Where you calling me from, Christopher?
Chicago.
Chicago. How old are you?
38.
38. And what do you do for a living?
Warehouse supervisor.
Warehouse supervisor. You have any kids?
I have one, 17.
17. Have you ever been married?
No,
Never married. What's your zodiac sign?
Aquarius, but I don't want nobody that deals with zodiac signs.
That warehouse is gonna be the biggest problem. The warehouse. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, that warehouse job is gonna be his biggest problem. And I'm not saying that to bash warehouse workers or anything like that. Look. Some warehouse jobs can be great. I had it when I worked at Dell. It was in a warehouse. I worked at, and that's where I learned how to build computers because all my coworkers, they were into playing World of Warcraft at the time, and they would talk about it all day long, and that's how I ended up getting it. And it was like a weird like friendship thing we had, but they played World of Warcraft, and so I got with them, and they taught me how to build computers. Warehouses can be great jobs. We would just pick the computer parts off pallets. I was a forklift driver in there. But his problem nowadays, if I had to guess in North America, the biggest problem is going to be that warehouse job. That's going to be it. Well, nowadays that's the start of it. Nowadays, if I had to guess, but the warehouse job, that's going to be his biggest issue.
Okay, so you don't believe in zodiac signs. Fair enough.
No.
Christopher, Chicago, 38, warehouse specialist, a father to a 17-year-old, girl or boy?
Boy.
Boy, and never married. What kind of woman you looking for besides a woman that believes in zodiacs?
Yeah,
She better
I'll be
not.
honest, I think that's the silliest thing in the world. You know, I can't judge a person that I've never met based off some astronomical signs. That's kind of silly to me, I'll be honest with you.
Well, I agree.
Everybody's
with that.
different.
I agree.
But anyway.
I can respect your, I disagree, but it's not for us to agree. I can respect your notions on it, and I do respect people who do not believe in zodiacs notions, so if there's no pushback there. All right, so what kind of woman are you looking for?
Well, right now, I'm actually looking for white and Latina women for right now. I'm going to give my sisters a break for a little while.
Okay, let's just get here. Why no black women, Christopher?
You know what? I mean, I've dated black women. I mean, obviously I'm a black man, but it seems like as I'm getting older, the world is changing. Sisters starting to have these crazy ass wants and needs that don't even align with what they have and what they have going on. So I'm kind of looking for somebody that's a little bit down to earth, that's more logical when it comes to finances. And because I noticed on your show, I love your show, to be honest with you. I watch it every night. I noticed that it seems to be a lot of top 10, 15% earning people on here. So I'm about to come and bring the other people that's not really making hundreds of thousands of dollars. So look at the show and be like, okay, that seems more realistic.
Okay. Yeah, I will say I do have a lot of boss.
Okay. To be clear, those women are lying. Okay, or those women are either lying or they're living off of child support and welfare, and they're trying to make it look like they're living off of 100,000 a year. Like that one woman I broke down, the one woman I broke down maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. She tried to say that she retired from the post office and she's bringing in like 10K a month or so. She's making 100,000 a year or something like that. And I showed you guys like that was a complete lie, because I showed you the government websites that showed how much they pay. In the best case scenario, if she had gone to the military and gotten 100% disability and gotten a pension from the post office, she would be about half that at best, right? A lot of these women are lying because these women know if they just say a man, like with Brie Olson. Remember that video I did a long time ago on Brie Olson? She was saying how motherfuckers offer her $30,000 to fuck on camera, which is a complete fucking lie. But she knows if she says it out loud, there's gonna be some idiot that'll go, "Oh, but that's Brie Olson. I'll pay that," and they'll give it to her, right? But the overwhelming average, she's not gonna get that.
Women, they make 100K or more, and I know a lot of people say not a lot of people, but some people say 100K is not a lot of money, but it is a lot of money if you do the average. So maybe in someone's world, it's not a lot of money, but the average income is not 100K.
No, like I make like 70, 75. So
I think that's great. I think 70, 75 is great.
I did make that.
Well, listen, you never know. How old are you? You're 38. You know, sky's still the limit for you. So, because of the financial request, is that the reason why you want to date outside your race?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, because I've dealt with Latina and white women, and they seem to be more down to earth. And the 50-50 thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kendra.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, the 50-50 thing. Let's be honest. 2 incomes is better than 1. I hear my sisters always talking about I'd rather pay 100% than go half with a man. It's crazy to me, to be honest with you.
Okay. So have you ever dated, you said you have dated white and Latino women?
Yeah.
And you felt there was a difference as in they weren't as pressed about the income that you made?
The income, they're a little bit nicer. Like for instance, I dated one a while ago, and I would come home, hey, food to be ready. Hey, how was your day? Tell me about it, stuff like that. They seem a little bit more concerned with exactly how I am as a person and what's going on in my life, and vice versa. I get that back too as well.
Okay, so here, from my experiences in dating, the only time black women will do that is if you come in the door on a certain swagger wearing a suit. Right? I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, a black woman, yeah, Yeah, a black woman is not gonna have dinner ready when he comes home. And I'm not even trying to bash him or nothing like that. I'm agreeing with him. Look, me and him could be great friends in real life because I don't know him, but I'm sure we could be, right? So I'm not trying to bash him, but in the reality of it, a black woman with a guy who's dressing and talking like that, she's not gonna have that. That black woman is not gonna sweep the floor for a man like him. Right, because the black woman thinks that she's gonna like do something better and all that shit like that. Now for a guy like this, okay, so for example, when friends of mine or family members, or close family members, when I would come back from Europe, right, and I just walk in the door, they start sweeping the floor. They start getting shit. They start cleaning up, and every time the man of the woman comes to me and says, "Wendell, she has never done this before." Every single time, every time. They're coordinating food. They're coordinating drinks. Yeah, but a black woman is not gonna, for him. No. Black women are only gonna do that for men who okay, especially black women are only gonna do that for men who are in a league, in some type of league drastically above them. Right now, white women naturally do have a bit more femininity to them, but their issues come out in different ways. Their issues come out, like for example, me and my spouse, right? I always tell the story about me and my spouse, right? She's not here right now, but when she is here, like there's always dinner cooked by the time I'm done live streaming, and she's with the baby in the other room where I used to live stream from, actually. And I always tell this story to people how I didn't own a mop for the longest time in this flat, just because I think Europeans pay too much for these things. So the mop was like expensive. So I just never bought a mop. I just didn't like, well, they like their gym memberships. I'm not spending $50 a month for a gym membership. It's horrible. And then their gyms are like fucking like a studio apartment with like somewhere that their gyms are pathetic. On top of that, I'm not spending $50 for that gym a month. It's horrible, right? But to them, it's a status symbol. To them, it's, oh, I got to work out at the gym, Like Homer, remember Homer? When he went to a gym. Oh, a gym. And that shit. Like, that's how Europeans see gyms, right? It's like ooh. And no matter what you do, it's the right shit. Remember when Homer was lifting the weights and the weight kept hitting him in the face and he kept doing it? I'm going to feel this tomorrow. That's how they see it, right? Right. Fuck, I forgot where I was going with it because I lost my train of thought. But back to this, the white women's issues come. Oh, well, that's where I was going with it. Okay, yeah. So I've never owned a mop, and why is the comment section not showing up in the live stream? Is it showing? Yeah, it's showing up in the actual chat, but it's not showing up on the live stream. It's fucking up. Let me try doing this again. So I didn't own a mop, and she wanted to mop the floor. So one day I got off the live stream and the floor had been mopped, right? I said, wait, like Esmeralda, I don't own a mop. How'd you mop the floor? She got on her hands and knees with a bucket and water and mopped the whole floor. Right. The other races, now I didn't date many Hispanic women, so I can't speak a lot on Hispanic women, but white women do naturally have a sense of femininity. There is a natural sense of femininity in them, but the issue is white women come out with like, white women will break you down on casual speaking logic. So you have to like check them. It happened today, actually, with me and my spouse. She came with some old ridiculous request, but see, the way white women will do it and the way black women will do it are two different ways. White women, you have to be Sherlock Holmes with white women to catch them in their bullshit. Black women, they're just so aggressive that they can't hide it. Like, even when they're trying to like play it off like they don't care, like you can still, it's clear. But like white women, you have to be Sherlock Holmes with these bitches to catch the inside joke, what they referring to, shit like that. Okay, perfect example. Because what happened? Hold on, let me show you guys exactly what happened today with what my girl tried to pull. Pimp name Slickback Mac. What was it? It was an Apple computer. It was this scene. And this is how this scene right here is how white women is what white women do to get over on you, right? Now, black women don't have this sense of maybe black women have evolved, but black women don't have this sense of being casual with it. Watch if this scene plays what I'm talking about. But this is the scene. This is the area what I'm talking about. But this is the scene where a pimp named Slickback catches that white bitch and had to check her while she said, "I had to do that early. I had to do this exact thing earlier today."
This is my state-of-the-art surveillance center. Why does a pimp need a surveillance center? Included in your retainer fee is state-of-the-art bitch surveillance. Quiet Storm here has been monitoring your wife's conversations and emails.
Daddy, I've got transcripts of all her conversations today, no mention of Usher. I'm hacking into her email now, but this computer is running a bit slow. Perhaps if we didn't have dial-up.
Bitch, don't start with that "we need another computer" shit again. You say that shit every time a new iMac comes out. You ain't slick. You better make that keyboard work, bitch, and stop playing with me.
Yes, Daddy.
That's I didn't smack the bitch in the head with a magazine, but that's what I just had to pull on her today. Like, white women make you have to say it directly. Like, yes, that is the problem. You are fucked up. I do not want to see you anymore, talk to you anymore until I feel like it. I had to pull this shit earlier today. The part we see the he seen the magazine and he said, "Bitch, ain't nothing wrong with it. You say this shit every time a new Mac come out." Every time a new Mac come out, the computer running slow. I had to pull this shit on her because she tried to pull some old doofy shit on me earlier. I had to check her motherfucking ass. Because she tried to say, "Oh, don't tell me that's why you were mad." Yeah, no, that's exactly why I was mad. Yes, and I don't want to see you tomorrow. I told her exactly that. She might be watching right now. Well, too bad. All right, that's what it is, right? You be stupid. You treat. Because here's the thing. Okay, whenever me and my girl fall out, right? It always because this is how white women do, and because I've dated white women before in the past. This is what white women do. White women hope. White women argue like old black men argue, right? Like. The core of their argument is hoping that you don't have the audacity to say directly what the fucking problem is there, right? White women and old black men argue the exact same. You can use the same logic on both of them, and both of them will have to bend to your fucking will or just get mad and leave the room kind of thing, right? Like, white women argue like old black women. I'm sorry, white women argue like old black men. The core of their confidence and why they keep going is a hope that you don't have the audacity to to do this. To do that. That is the whole core of their fucking. If once they realize you have the audacity to do that, then they'll start acting like they got some sense. But if they know that they can hold you to holding your tongue back and all that shit like that, then they can always kind of hold something over you and all that shit like that, right? Right? Because she asked me, this retarded shit. She came up with some prices to go to fucking Croatia. I'm gonna tell all this shit. She came with some stupid ass prices to go to Croatia, right? And came with some $1,500 price tag. I was looking at prices $1,500. And I just ain't never write her back. I just ignored her. Right? Because, "Are you mad? Are you okay? I haven't heard from you all day." I said, "Yeah, I'm cool." And she goes, and then so this morning when I went to the store, I got some food, right? And I was pissed about it. And I came back. And so I finally replied to that message, right? I said, "Look, this is why." Okay. I said, "Look, this is ridiculous. If you think this is a good price tag, I don't want anything to do with this or you. You can find some other man to go with, but do whatever you do. I'm not going." And she goes, "Don't tell me that's why you didn't talk to me all day." I said, "Yes, that's exactly why I didn't talk to you all day." Right? You have to do it. Because if you don't, see, and especially with white Slavic women, because they know how to use that submissiveness to their benefit. They know how to use that shit to try to pretend like they was just some innocent little butterfly and they was fucking innocent and they ain't do nothing wrong on her. Bitch, you knew exactly what you did. You knew you was trying to get me to come out and pay $1,500 for this fucking, just to go look at some fucking water for 2 days. The fuck out of you. You can go. I'm not going. I'll take that $1,500 to pay for my son's education. I don't give a fuck about no damn water, bitch. And on top of that, some other shit happened. Yeah, no, you tripping. And she probably watching right now. She probably mad as fucking me right now. That's what it is. You know what it is? Because you was tripping. Come with some $1,500 vacation trip. Yeah, you out your fucking mind to go look at some damn water. Sending me these Instagram pictures of this fucking flat. Yeah, see. Yeah, no, I'm not that dude. I'm not the dude who will do that. Because we both know Europe prices, $1,500. That's crazy shit. $1,500. That's a plane flight back to America. See, okay, a dumbass bitch or a dumbass man would fall for that. Not me. These Europe prices, $1,500. That's about $1,200 too much. That's about $1,200 too much, and you know it because you European. You proper European on top of that. And I told her that shit was insulting. That you even tried to pull that shit on me. Fuck out of here. But see, yo, white women will try to dress it up like it's all happy and all this shit like that, and hope you just fall for it type of shit. And Asian women will do it too. White and Asian women will do that. They try to dress it up like it's all happy or there's no other option and you have to just do it kind of thing. No, you don't. Oh, well, Java, yeah, that happens. Yeah, a small woman being loud, aggressive, and masculine. Yeah, yeah. And to be honest with you, that was the black boyfriend's fault for letting that shit go on. For letting her go over there and do that, and he just still sitting there being her boyfriend and shit. That was the boyfriend's fault, in my opinion. Well, I don't know because you were there. Maybe you could sense a whole nother perspective on it, but just from reading that, I would tell you that was the boyfriend's fault for letting that shit go on. Because let me tell you, okay, with my scenario over here in Europe, don't nothing cost no $1,500, bruh, to go on no vacation anywhere over here. Ain't nothing no $1,500. Over here in Europe, see, in America, you could probably pull that shit over in the U.S., but over in Europe, no, absolutely not. You playing me for one of them American chumps, or you done got to watch it too much Instagram, and got these white American women got your head hyped into this shit. Well, me and my boyfriend like to go to the beach. These dingbat American white women, yeah. See, over here in Europe, ain't nothing that expensive over here. You pull that shit on them doofy motherfuckers. You're not pulling that shit on me. If you don't like it, well, oh well. I'm playing Prince of Persia, bro, and reading Mein Kampf. I'm perfectly well entertained. And look, I don't have a problem with jacking off the porn, so you can't use that against me either. I would jack my dick off the porn and have tons of pleasure. You're not gonna shame me out of jacking off the porn. Well, she already knows that. She like that's long done in our relationship. But American women, like, oh, they love to use that shit. Like, look, I would jack my dick off the porn in a heartbeat and have more fun by myself. Because I could just jack off, come in a little tissue, and then go play fucking Nintendo Switch or some shit like that. Just, you know what I mean? And I'm cool. That's what it is. Like, I mean, yeah, like I said, like, yeah, that's what it is, man.
You know?
And that wasn't your experience with black.
But yeah, Javi, I agree. Yeah, white women are more manipulative and deceit for sure. Yeah, Javi, yeah, I agree with that. White women are more manipulative, far more manipulative, far more manipulative. Now, yeah, far more manipulative. Because right now we got an issue going on where my girl, she thinks that I'm not keeping track of another issue, which I am. Okay, because we fixed another issue a while back, because she did some super shady shit a while back with some money, and I called her out on it. Now supposedly, because I keep here's the thing, because I keep making it clear to her that look, like I will watch you starve, because I've told her this like directly to her face. I will watch you starve. I will drive you to a homeless shelter. I am not living my life running my bank account dry to keep you happy. I will drive you to a homeless shelter. I've told her this directly in person. She already knows. All right. She knows. I will literally put her in my car and pack her shit up and take her to the homeless shelter and watch her walk in there. Because I've walked in the homeless shelters before. I know what it's like. I know what that feels like. Right? You have to you have with what black women pretty much get to the point where you okay, and this is gonna be fucked up to say, but it's the reality. Black women get to the point where you pretty much have to just start getting physically rough with them. White women, not so much. White women, you have okay, both every woman you benefit if you just disengage. But black women, it just gets to a point where she's just not gonna respond well until you just start beating her up, kind of thing. Like I said, I'll tell you stories about my brother with his wife. Like, they were never married. But I still remember this one, the first time I seen it, it was me, my brother, my brother's mom was on the other side of the table. My brother's children's mother was right here. My brother was sitting next to me. And and his girlfriend said something. I still remember what she said. And he just got up casually, right? Just got up casually, walked away, and some kind of way, like, glitched back to her, like, behind her. I don't know how maybe he moonwalked. I don't know what the fuck he did. But he ended up behind her and grabbed her by her fucking hair and just drug her, like she, like, flipped back out the chair and, like, drug her down the floor into the living room. Like, and his mom just sitting there like, oh, well, guess you gotta drag a bitch. Like, his mom, my brother's mom, was sitting there like, sometimes you gotta drag bitches. I don't know. Like, she wasn't even, like, shocked. And I'm just like, gasp. What the fuck? I'm looking at her for reassurance, and she just like, well, sometimes you gotta drag bitches. I don't know. Like, and he just dragging her, and she just like, she just going like this, like, stop, bruh. And like, yeah, like I don't remember much else after that, because this was years ago. But yeah, black women typically get to that point where, like, they just do not react well unless you just start beating them up, kind of thing. And nowadays with the laws, like, it's really not worth it to even do that. It's not worth it. I would never recommend any man do it. It's just not worth it, and for many reasons. But white women in my history, well, I think every woman really likes it, for real. Like, deep down, every woman likes it on some level, for real. If she wants to admit it or not, every woman does like it. But white women, white women need more of that Mufasa dominance, right? That Mufasa shit, right? Like you just got to believe in yourself, kind of. As long as you just believe in yourself, like, that will be enough to keep a white woman, like, relatively under control. Now, she's still going to try you too, but you have to. It's just this more sense of self belief. Like, black women don't really need so much of that self belief, in my opinion. It's more about just the ability to like, the, relatively speaking, more violently check her, in my opinion. In my history of dating, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm wrong, but in my history of it, they need more of that. Whereas white women just care more about the more psychological, or do you just believe in yourself and this is just what you're going to do, kind of thing, right? And then she'll just kind of figure out how she aligns under that. More, I'll say more. Black women do too, but I think white women lean more towards that, in my history at least.
Black women.
No, not too much. But honestly, I can actually give myself the blame because that's who I picked. So, but a lot of times it be chameleon activity. They be one way when you meet them. Then as time go on, the more you listen to them talk, they reveal themselves. So, yeah.
Okay, so white women and Latino women are the preference. Any deal breakers?
Deal breakers. No smoking. It's gonna sound crazy too, but no kids under 12.
No, you right for that. You always right for that.
So if they have a child, they have to be 12 and older.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 and older. Yeah.
I agree with that.
What's
Totally.
the thought process behind that?
Well, the kids are a little older, and I'm gonna assume that
They
the
can take
father's
care of
gonna be in
themselves.
this life. I'm gonna assume that, and I'm not really looking to take over what that man is doing. If he's good with the mom, I'm not looking to interfere with that. But if I am going to be doing certain things, I'm going to have my say, obviously. Hopefully, if the guy and the woman is on good terms, we can actually get together, talk, and say, hey, look, I'm so-and-so. I'm going to be, dealing with your son's mom. And, if it's respectful, we can just keep it like that. Normally, if it's under that, maybe the father's still messing with the mom. You never know.
Under 12, the dad might be still messing with the mom.
Yeah, what I mean by under 12, like anything from toddler to preteen, because I like to give them some time. So that way, whatever they had going on in the past is probably gone by now.
Okay. So does the woman have to look a certain way? We kind of got there because you say you want her to be Latino and white. Is there any description outside of race?
No, not really. No, yeah. No fat women.
No fat women.
No.
Okay. Ooh, you very direct, Christopher. Does she have to
It could be a flaw too.
I mean, listen, you're saying what you desire. So, it's interesting, right? I see her as a Black woman. Obviously, yes, on my show, a lot of women, have their requirement standards. But it does make me a little sad because there are some great Black women that, I would like to defend them in that manner. But your experience is your experience, and I do have to allow you, without judgment because I'm a Black woman, to have your preference.
I'll be honest, you can, if you have any pushback, I'll be more than happy to take it in because, as a Black woman, I understand. Yeah.
It's not that I have pushback. I mean, your reality is your reality, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, and I will say, I sit here. I've been hosting the show for almost 4 years, and yes, there are women who are very big on their money requirements. But then I've met some Black women who don't have the money requirements as important. So it's all about what you attract. I guess I will say your preference is your preference, but don't give up on Black women all the way. That's just my
no.
my own little vote.
No, I haven't given up on them. Like you have a big platform, and I'm honestly shocked that there aren't too many women that you're speaking of that come on your show and say, hey, not all of us are this type of person. It's always yes.
Not to say that listen, I understand this narrative though. We have this conversation a lot. I understand most women want to date a man that makes more, right?
True.
And like you said, these are the top tier women. I do get them. They're the women that make $100K and more, and they want a man.
Okay.
So logically, I understand.
Yeah, these women say they make $100K or more because they think that that's going to only attract men who make $100K or more. Those women do not make $100K or more. Let's just be clear about that. The vast majority of them will not.
Yeah.
Why a woman wants to date a man that makes more. But there's just so many things that come in factors. And I think that all I say to that is learn the man that you say you want. And, learn, because I think the notion is because I make $100K, I want a man that makes $100K. And I get that. But then the request becomes, does the $100K man want you back? But some women are on record saying they will be happy single before they date a man that makes less. And you can't do nothing with that. Like, I can't judge a woman that's her. Well, I mean, everybody has experiences like you have experiences, right? So you're saying in your way, you haven't had the best experiences with Black women. This is why you want to focus on women who are non-Black, white, and Latino. A woman will say, I've dated men that made less, and their experience was bad. And for whatever reason, they don't want to do that again. So, I can't really, if someone is saying, if I don't get this and I'm happy without it, that's what it is. And I think
Yeah,
we
you're
do
right.
need to start realizing everybody's not going to get somebody. Like,
True. Yeah, that's true.
everybody doesn't get somebody, you know, and that's just a fact too. But
That's
I don't want to
true,
go
yeah.
off tangent. I want to go off tangent with you.
Okay.
Does the woman have to make a certain amount of money?
Well, I make 70. If she can bring in 30, that's 100 right there. So, you know.
So if she makes 30, you'll be fine.
Yeah. I know we got gender roles, but let's keep it real. I don't make over 100,000, so I'm not going to demand my woman to do certain things. I mean, let's keep it real. If I made over 100, 150, 200, obviously I'm going to take care of everything. You stay home, kids, do whatever. But with what I make, we're going to have to work together. You know, I'm going to do things around the house. You're going to do things around the house. You know what I mean? It's going to be 50-50 all the way.
All the way. Bills too.
Yeah, bills too. Now, obviously, I'm going to pay the rent and all that good stuff, but you know.
Okay. Could women have kids already?
Yeah, just one.
Just one. Do you want more children?
Nah, I want them all.
So she better have at least one.
Yeah, she better, because I ain't giving her none.
Good job, Christopher. All right, let's do the Kendrick game, Christopher, child.
All right, let's sit this right here. I got my pajama pants on, so you know.
Christopher said he ain't giving you no kids, and that's that.
I mean,
all right, we can see you, Christopher.
All right, nice.
Okay. Do you want the woman to be in Chicago?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. What is the age range you would date? You're 38.
I would say 30 and up.
30 and up. So we got Christopher, Chicago, 38, warehouse specialist. Warehouse supervisor. Dad to a 17-year-old, never married. Do you want to get married?
No.
Oh, you don't want to get married. Okay. When was your last relationship, Christopher?
Maybe like a year and a half ago, probably, I think.
Was it a black woman?
Yeah.
It was. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that when you decided you're not dating black women anymore?
Maybe a little bit after that. Let me see what other flavors out here, you know?
Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask, when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Maybe like, I said I wasn't going to say nothing, but maybe like a couple days ago, probably.
Was she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's black.
So you still having sex with black women, but you don't want to date one?
Yeah. I know it sounds crazy. I know. Come on, give it to me. But, yeah. I mean, sex and dating, two different things. You know what I mean? So.
I mean, it is true. This is why I be telling women to stop having sex with men unless y'all in relationships, because
they can't. They can't.
They can. Why can't
no,
they?
I mean, not black women, but women in particular, you know.
Why can't they?
I say that because I never listen to what a female woman. I never listen to what they say. I see what they do. Now,
yes, I agree.
I can say, hey, I don't want this type of female, but depending on my personality, I think I'm a funny guy. I could be corny at times, and I know there's a lot of females like that. So, you know, I tend to just go off what they do versus what they say. Because the woman can tell you, hey, I want $100,000 man, but they having babies with niggas that's in the streets. So, I mean, let's keep it real. That's all women, though, not just one particular race. Because you'll give a brother that's 6'4" a chance versus a dude that's 5'10" and under. You require him to do all of this, but this dude that's 6'4" because he look good and he got the height, I'm going to just give it to him. They complain when she get pregnant, oh, well, you know, it just didn't work out. Well, you knew that before you got with him. Just be honest. I'm not here to bash. I'm just, you know, my reality, what I see. And I listen to the people that's on your show. You know, a lot of them be kind of contradicting themselves a lot, but, you know. I just
What's some of the biggest contradictions that you've heard?
Oh, the biggest one is, like, I'm not ready. But at the same time, I have 3 kids by 3 men. I was too young, but you was old enough to have sex. You knew what the deal was. So, and that's another thing about me. I like to call people out on their BS. Just like, hey, do me. If I say something that's crazy, call me out. Let's talk about it. But, you know, the whole 3, 4, 5 kids, and I want a guy making $200,000. Trust me, them niggas ain't looking at you. Let's be honest. They're not. And if they are, it's just sex. because they know that they got the money and you're going to give it to them.
Yeah.
So
break that down. So you're saying a woman that has multiple children.
Yeah.
Is it multiple children or multiple men?
Multiple men. Now the children. Now, if you got 5 kids by one guy, I understand that. That means that you're not really out here doing crazy stuff. You just with that one guy. You just got pregnant all those times by him. Okay. But the multiple guys, it's like that's a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Like I understand you having sex, but you're not even protecting yourself. That's what I see. You letting 5 guys hit you raw, dump inside you. Now you pregnant. Now you mad at black men because they not taking care of their kids. But you knew how he was before you got with him.
So you think it's unrealistic for a mom of 3 by 3 men to get a man that makes $200K or more to marry her?
Yeah, I think so.
And why would that be?
Because the 3 guys that wasn't making that, you didn't require that from them, and you got babies by them. You know, I'm telling you from a guy's point of view. If I see you with, multiple baby daddies and you require a man of a certain stature, you don't really qualify for that because you didn't really give the other guy those qualities. You didn't say, hey, look, this is the type of guy. Look, I understand you got kids and you want to have sex, but let's just wrap it up. If you know you don't want kids, choose protection. We have so many forms of it. You can't say, oh, I didn't know, or it just happened. We are adults. We can go to Walgreens down the street, grab a pack of rubbers. Because honestly, Kendra, check it out. We give access to relationships. You guys give access to sex. If you tell a man we are not having sex without a rubber, I guarantee you he's going to go, hey, I'll be right back. Let me go down the street real quick.
Okay, I'm listening to you. I know there's this big notion about access to relationships. Men decide on marriage. Only thing I debate with that is that's a two-way street. Because what men don't talk about is when you get married, there's women who file for divorce. So you couldn't control marriage if you can't decide if it stays together. I think there's an ego in that sentiment. And I feel like in order for a relationship to work, it just takes both people. No one is king.
Real quick, you notice how the one video that we see with an actual man in it, like we're actually getting on legitimate, actual, realistic topics. And like when like literally any video I've seen with her talk to a woman, it was just complete bullshit for like 10 minutes straight.
Or queen over. If one person doesn't want it, it's not going to work, whether it's the man or the woman. But I know that's a longer conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
I do appreciate your perspective from a man. But now with all that being said.
Yes.
So you feel as though this is mostly a black woman's issue because you have decided you don't want to date black women anymore. Because I think women, that could be an all race sentiment.
Yeah, definitely. But it seemed to be highlighted more in the black community.
Okay. Well, listen, this was a good dialogue. Now, when you made a highlight, they're going to come for you, Christopher. I want you to prepare yourself.
I want them to. I want them to come for me simply because some of the stuff that I'm saying is from my perspective and from what I see and from what I see on your show. Like I said, I love your show. It definitely highlights I hate to use this word because it's overused, delusion. But, now, I'm not trying to blow any smoke at you, Kendra, but I could tell that from what you say to certain women, you didn't put yourself in that situation. So that means the next person could do the same exact thing. You know what I mean? You're a very successful black woman, and a lot of men are intimidated by that. And I can understand it because you have a standard that you have for yourself. So I think that if we did that as a people a little bit more, maybe we have better outcomes in our situations. You know what I mean?
Well, let me just shout out my dad real quick because I think when we're young, we don't know about the world, right? So True. I had a very active father who put me onto game. And the biggest thing he taught me was everything is my fault. So no matter what decision you make, you got to be able to take responsibility of it. So at a very young age, I was taught that. So I've always had to decide whenever I make any decision, can I live with the consequence, good or bad? So can I live with the consequence of this action? And I think being taught that, it just made me to make decisions of consequences I did not want to live. I don't think I'm a perfect person. I just think that I was a person that just always was thinking ahead of the game and just thinking more so. But my father, when you're born into this world, you don't think like that, right? You're just a kid.
True.
So
Yeah.
if someone at 11 or 13 who was an adult not telling you, if you do this action, because some people don't have that, right? Some people
Yep.
don't have the knowledge of, if you have this baby by this man, it won't keep him.
No,
You're connected for life.
I don't agree. I know where she's going with this, and this is false. This is completely false. I know where this is going, and this is completely false. Okay, because we have this exact example going on in this building right now. There's this girl. She's a cute little girl too. She's going on 30, right? I think she's 30, 32, something like that now. And my girl, they speak Czech together because the girl doesn't speak English. And she was with a guy. The guy speaks fluent English. I think he's a great guy too, but they broke up. And the girl's 32. They have 2 dogs, and she's talking about going to try to get pregnant real fast to have a baby. Right now, here's the thing: very few women who have a baby will go tell another woman that their life sucks with a baby. Right. So here's the thing: when women get pregnant, what's the first thing they're gonna do? They're gonna tell all their girlfriends and tell their friends that they're pregnant, blah 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 blah. And then their girlfriends are gonna reply and say, "Oh yeah, we'll be here for you, girl. Yeah, we'll be here. We raised our little niece and nephew and all that." And the girl's friends lie to them, right? Because when that baby comes out, that's real shit, and all that woman's friends who don't have kids are gonna leave, especially the ones who don't have kids. They're gonna leave, right? Because guess what? Now the mommy is going to be, chances are she's going to be alone with the baby. And the baby's going to cry all night, cry all day. She's not going to get any sleep. She's becoming more separated from people, right? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Society has now told women that you can do everything, right? So when the woman goes out there and she sees another young girl who's pregnant, the woman who has a newborn, she's not going to say, "Oh, my life sucks, don't do it." She'll go, "Oh, no, we're women. We can do everything now." And then the next woman falls right in line in that cycle of being fucked up. Right? So with the woman in this building, she's 30, 32 with 2 dogs, and she's talking about she's trying to have a baby. I said, that's the worst decision she can do. On her alone, that's the worst decision she can do. But you won't, talking to my girl, you won't tell her that your life sucks right now, will you? With a new, because the baby was a newborn at the time. And yeah, she's not gonna go in there and say, "Hey, oh my God, newborns are awful, dude. Don't do it." Blah, blah, blah. No, women's job is to make sure everybody's pleased and happy. It's a woman's nature to want that. So when a woman has a child, she's not gonna go tell women who don't have children, "Oh, don't do it. It's awful. It's terrible." Blah blah blah. She's gonna go, right? And then the next 20-year-old woman who uneducated, just learned how to take a bath and put on makeup, she'll go out there and do it and fall into the same trap. And women just recycle the same trap. Right? Every young woman, the vast majority of young women have somebody in their lives telling them don't do that. And it's usually going to be a man or a really old woman, right? But society kept telling women that you can do everything and just go out there and have a baby. If you get pregnant, take care of it. You have plenty of resources. Everybody will care for you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but when that baby comes out, nobody's coming for you, dude. Nobody's coming for you. Every woman can say that that's 100% true who's had a baby. Any woman can say it. All them friends who say they was going to be near you and help you take care of the baby and all that shit, none of them's going to be there. They're all going to disappear because that's real shit. Nobody wants to babysit your kid. Nobody wants to do that. Now, every now and then you get a woman who actually listens and goes, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't have a baby now," type of shit. Every now and then you get some who do listen, but for the vast majority, they take it as like this. See, because woman is born into life being taken care of. So especially when she's young and attractive, she has no concept of being left out in the cold in any kind of way. Now, granted, when if she's a single mother, pretty much every country is going to have some type of assistance for a single mother, some type of assistance that a man can't get, right? So she's still not really left out in the cold, but she's left out in the cold worse than she's ever known at this point, right? Yeah, this is rough.
You may go on and be with somebody else, but now your life is forever changed. So if you're a young person and no one's ever told you that, then you're just living out life and you're learning via experiences. So I think that yes, women have to choose better fathers, and also men have to become better fathers. And
Yeah,
just
you're
like
right.
you said, women should be careful about how they procreate with men. We do have to say, men, when you procreate, you do have to be responsible as a father. It's a two-way street.
Okay. And now in this area of men, you have to be responsible as a father. See, areas, let me close this window, it's getting cold. See, areas like this of men have to be, see, this is another seriously sensitive part. Where men have to be, let me replay that real
When you
fast.
procreate, you do have to be responsible as a father.
Okay. See, this is the trap that many men fall for. Men have to be responsible as a father, right? Women have no sense of self-control. They have no sense of awareness. Women have very little sense of these things, right? So typically speaking, once a woman gets comfortable, that's when she starts to get super annoying, right? Because she has no sense of maintenance and control over her emotions and character, right? So many women will hear what she just said. Men have to be responsible as a father. What many women will hear out of that is, okay, now that he's a father, I can be ridiculous now. I can drop this act of being normal and decent because he has to be a father to the kid now. And I can always use the kid to guilt him into having to stay around and deal with me because he's a father now. And I could be ridiculous because I'm the woman. Right? That's what'll happen. And a lot of guys fall for that. The woman will just go ridiculous because he's a father and he has to deal with her.
It's a two-way street.
Oh yeah, definitely. And what comes with that, I think that the like child support, I think that's a business in itself. And I think that I don't want to get off.
I believe every woman should put a man on child support if he's not giving it. And I think it will stop men for just keep having babies. Because if a man has to pay for every child that he procreates, he's gonna be more careful. He ain't gonna be out here just having kids. But when
No, me and my dad just had this conversation about a few days ago. The problem is not child support and men need to pay child support. The problem is women need to choose who they're fucking. Right? Because how is a baby made? Okay, now if men were walking around raping women, then I would say, yeah, you'd have a good point. Men need to control it. But men are not walking around raping women. Who's in control of sex? It's the women. So I just had this conversation with my dad a while back. I think how you fix it all is tear out their welfare system for single mothers and leave them out there struggling again. Leave them out there struggling, or give them like make sure they get like $300 a month from a man, something like that. Not enough to live off of. That's how you fix the problem. Now, see, if the United States collectively got together and said, no more crazy child support payments, no more crazy alimony payments. The woman has to live on her own. The woman has to still have to work and all this shit like that to even get anything. Oh, women would very quickly tighten that shit up. See, right now, and this is what I told my dad, there's no reason for women to act like they have sense, especially in the West. There's no reason. Okay? Because if she acts completely ridiculous, the country's just going to take care of her life. So there's no reason for her to act sane there. If she acts sane in the dating market, well, somebody else is just going to want pussy. So there's no reason for her to act sane, for her to become sane there. There's no reason for a woman to operate with any self-control. There's no reason. There's no initiative for her to do it. What reason is there, especially in the West, what reason is there for a woman to operate with a sound mind? What reason is there? There's very little, if any, reason for a woman to do it, because the country made it clear, we'll take care of your life because you're a woman. So there's no reason for a woman to actually think about who she fucks before she fucks them. And is this going to be a good choice later on and all? There's no reason for her to do that. Right? She'll fuck anything. She doesn't care. Because she'll get paid. She'll get paid for it in some way. She just keeps going with pussy and she'll get paid for it. She doesn't care. In my opinion, how you fix it, again, in my opinion, and I told my dad this, how you fix it is you strip out that welfare system for them single mothers. You destroy it. You do what Ukraine did. Say, look, Ukraine just came out, well, before Russia happened, Ukraine flat just said, look, we're not going to take care of you. You have a baby, that's on you. And them women learn how to tighten their tits up, put on makeup, and go and get the best men they can get. And they ain't walking around like that, all sloppy and gross like American women are. They ain't, because they can't afford to. That forces them women to evolve and grow. See, out in America, they out there, see, they used to becoming fat, sloppy messes with poorly put on makeup from fucking Claire's and bedazzled jewelry. See, they used to walking around like that and getting away with it. Because no matter what they do, either the government's going to take care of them, or some chump is going to take care of them. So there's no reason for her to even think, maybe I should become a better human. There's no reason for Kendra or any woman in America. There's no reason for my aunts or my female cousins to think that. My niece, my female cousins, my mom's dead, but I would say there's no reason for her to think that, oh, maybe the problem's me. Maybe I should fix something. There's no reason. That's why these American men are becoming passport bros. Because they go into countries where women are forced with that decision of maybe I'm the problem. And even then, bitches are still stupid. But at least they have that awareness, right? The problem's not men fucking women and then they just don't pay for their kids. The problem is women opening the gate up from the beginning. Right? It's like, I don't know. It's like let's say, why do these robbers keep robbing a bank, right? Well, is it the robbers, or is it the location and the security of the bank that's the problem? Which one is the problem, right? If robbers keep robbing a bank, well, maybe you need to change the logistics of the bank or up the security or something. You can't just keep blaming the robbers for this shit at some point, right? If you want to ultimately fix the problem, right, either you got to change the logistics of the bank or you got to raise the security of the bank, right? You can't keep blaming the robbers for it over a long stretch of, I mean, maybe here and there, sure, but over a long stretch of time, you got to start blaming the bank, the laws behind it, all that. You got to start blaming that part of it. Always trying to blame men for fucking bitches. Like, look, women, you supposed to be strong, smart, independent. So be strong, smart, and independent at all times. You're not a victim now. Stop playing victim when it's convenient. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's pathetic.
Man got 5 kids and ain't nobody put him on child support. That's why he got 5 kids. Now, I'm a big component, and if you create a seed, you should have to be responsible for raising that child because the child's innocent. And
I agree with that.
No,
I definitely agree with that.
Two household incomes does change. I'm a product. My parents weren't together, but my father was a very financial component in my life. And I've seen the difference in my life and my friend's life who did not have a two-family financial income, two-parent financial income. So I'm big on, if he help you create that baby, you get the money to help raise the child. I believe in that. And I know some men don't like that I feel that way, but I think it will be the best birth control for a guy when he's held financially responsible for every child he is creating. He's not.
I just love how women love to want to try to sound like they're intelligent on reality. Like they just want to be important so bad. but they just don't have the core fundamental logic like at all. Like it's just not there. Like even the best of them just lack it severely. Okay, if you break down the act of fucking and making a baby, break it down past just fucking. All right, if woman is strong and if woman is independent, right, and you're a fully capable adult, fully capable of thinking, fully capable of getting a job, having your own house, having your own thoughts, your philosophies, blah blah, this and that, right? Break down the actual act of fucking. When you meet a guy, right, as a woman, how do you get impregnated? Because you opened, unless you were raped, you open your legs up for this man, right? Now that man, now we all know that men will fuck any pussy, right? So ultimately, it's up to you, the woman, to choose. To choose the man. Now, if you choose a bad man, well, that's on you. In my honest opinion, if you choose a man who doesn't care, blah 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 blah, that's on you. That's on you. Right? If you go out there, okay, perfect example. Okay, let's say buying car. If you go out there and you buy cars, right, and you fuck around and buy some Daewoo or some shit like that, that's on you. You bought the car. That's on you. You should have did your research, right? If you go off and you buy some Acer laptop, that's on you because you should have did your research. If you go off and you buy some McDonald's chicken nuggets, well, that's on you. If you didn't like how McDonald's tastes, because you should have did your research, right? So where does this complete lack of independent thought and intelligence, why does this always just disappear when it comes time for women to choose a proper mate? Now it's never her fault. She was always innocent and she had no choice in the matter. Unless the woman was raped, that's on you because you picked that. And if the man don't care, look, I'm not one for advocating men leave. I don't advocate men leave the family, but some guys, they just may not like the woman or whatever. So anything could happen, right? Yeah. Now, I don't advocate it. But as a woman, that's on you. You made the choice to open up your legs for that man, so you live with it. That's something crazy called accountability and responsibility. Something a woman knows very little about. It's only so much you can blame a man. It's only so much you can blame on a man. And this is one very sensitive area that I think that you cannot blame. This is just the woman's. You just have to blame women on this. Unless, now if she was raped, then I get it. If she was raped against her will, then I completely, then it's not her fault at all, right? If a man held her down against her will and did that to her and impregnated her, then I'm like, okay, yeah, Kendra's right. Yeah, or I don't want to say Kendra's right necessarily, but I would say, yeah, that it wasn't the woman's fault, right? But if she was not raped, she vetted out men on Tinder, Bumble, and the bar. She vetted out men and picked that one. So that is completely on you. The only reason why anybody gives you anything to try to recoup your self-esteem is because there's men who are genuinely righteous. If the government had been run by women, you wouldn't even get what you get now as a single mother, because women don't care about shit but themselves. Men are giving you that because men make the law systems. Women don't make shit. Women sit around and wait for men to make shit.
Going to keep creating if he got to pay child support for every child. That will hit him differently.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, definitely. I agree.
I don't know. I loved our dialogue, but now let's get to it. So okay. Christopher wants a white woman or a Latin woman. He don't want to get married. He ain't having no more kids. And,
nah. Too old.
He's been very transparent. He makes $75K. You can make $30K, but you're going to help out. You know, this is going to be a 50-50 relationship, and that's what it is. Why would a woman be lucky to be with you, Christopher?
And you know what? I think they'd be lucky because, hey, I'm a funny guy. I know I may not come off as respectful, but I'm very respectful. You know, I open doors, you know, to the ladies that's deserving of that. I'm a
Most
good
ladies
communicator.
aren't deserving of their doors open.
Well, yeah, you know, you're not going to tell me because I'm a woman, you need to open the door. No, now you can get it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Humility takes you a long way. Just like a smile can open up a lot of doors that a frown going to close. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I'm a very respectful person. I say what's on my mind. I like to talk. I like to communicate. And that's one. Oh, that's another deal breaker that I have. If you can't communicate with me, if we can't have conversation outside of sex, it's not going to work. Because I'm getting older, and I'm pretty sure at some point in time, man, it's gonna start working. So we're gonna need something to do outside of that. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. You know.
Child. Christopher,
Yeah, I'm getting up in age.
What is the age range you want to date again?
30 and up.
30 and up. 30 and up. So we got
30 to 45, something like that.
30 to 45. All right,
Yeah.
Christopher, now, how could this woman reach out to you?
On Facebook, my name right there on the screen, Christopher Lake, you know, plain as day, you know.
Plain as day. All right, well, you know you're going to be a highlight. So you get ready for the
I can't wait.
section.
I want to see the comments. I want to hear all the ladies say, yeah, whatever they going to
Well,
say.
they're going
You
to
know?
definitely call you broke because you say you don't make $100K. And they're
That's
going to
cool.
talk about your income. And
That's
they're going to
cool.
say that you can't handle a woman like them because...
And you know what?
Well,
They can't get a man like that make over 100K. So that's cool. That's cool. I'm going to have more luck in my field than they will. I mean, because think about it. I mean, you're almost 50. Your standards are higher. You got 3 kids. You want to travel. You put that over everything, it seems like. But you don't really have discernment on picking the kids that you want to, you know, the fathers that you want to have kids with. You having kids out of wedlock. So it's like you can't really say much to me that's going to really get me because you're already in a situation that's, well, you're pretty much in a dire situation than I am. So.
You know what, Christopher? We're going to go now. How can the woman... How can the woman reach out to you? Chat.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Facebook, Christopher Lake, right there in the bottom of the screen, and I definitely enjoyed my time on your show. I love what you're doing. I seen some of the success stories that you had, and I think that I wish we had more of those highlights. You know, just to let people know, like, hey, it's possible that, you know, whatever state you're in, whatever your income, there's somebody out there for you. You know what I mean?
And there you have it. All right, Christopher, will you keep me posted how it goes?
Hey, I sure will, man. Thanks, Kendra. I'm about to actually finish watching the rest of these crazy people on here, but I love it, though. I love it. I love it.
All right, bye.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, I think the hardest part is gonna be the only part that I see women like blatantly getting on him about is the warehouse. It's gonna be the warehouse job. Warehouse job. If he said he did pretty much any other like white collar job, he would be all right, I think. But the warehouse, that's gonna be his hardest part. Being 38 in a warehouse, that's I think that's gonna be his hardest. Okay, I don't want to say on a realistic level, but from like a superficial judgmental level, that's gonna be the hardest part for sure. It's gonna be the warehouse job. What's up, Daniel? What's up, Mo? I'm gonna get out here in a minute, man. Cause it's 11:21 here now. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, man. It's late. I'm probably loud. I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all have a good day, evening, night. I'll catch y'all later, man. Peace out.